Chapter 5077. Hundreds of billions of miles away, amidst the huge army of the ancient universe, the various powers and the higher-ups of the races from the three main planes of space were all regretting their decision. Ahead of them, primeval heavens, I led the ancient beast army and charged forward, starting a huge battle at the edge of this unknown forbidden land. Both sides didn't have many soldiers, less than 1,000,000. However, any one of the ferocious beasts that participated in the war was at least a universe knight or above. These were definitely two elite beast armies. Even undying emperors weren't qualified to participate in the battle. Close to 2,000,000 powerful beasts were fighting together. Even though this was the primeval world, where the laws were incomparably strong, the universe void was still torn apart from time to time. The aura was too chaotic. Looking from afar, one wouldn't be able to see the details of the battle. One could only see the raging aura raging and tumbling. Occasionally, the silhouettes of some ferocious beasts would be caught a glimpse of amidst the chaotic aura that roiled without end. Sometimes, a bloody mist would spread out, and sometimes, an enormous bang would resound out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood exploding, and it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. Rumble! Rumble, roar, roar. The sound of thunder resounded incessantly, and there were countless beasts roaring and howling. This kind of high-level, large-scale close combat battle was extremely rare. It was different from the space battles between armies of the current era, where there were cannons and energy beams from battleships wreaking havoc. Inside, there was only blood and fire. It was all close-quarters combat. The powerful beasts on both sides relied on their chi and blood, their powerful bodies, and the supernatural powers of their bloodlines to fight. This kind of battle was like a miniature version of the primeval war that had once destroyed the entire primeval world. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a dazzling feeling. Green Eye, you're destined to return empty-handed. At this time, as the battle unfolded, the godly awareness of the slanted-eyed, blood-headed tiger suddenly sounded in an area of the space hundreds of billions of miles away. So, your great desolate world has already entered the end of the world and is about to disappear completely, swallowed by the endless turbulence of the void. All of you are just history. In the next primordial era, there will be no place for you. You are destined to fail in this battle. Although you are at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, you will not be able to kill me in 12 hours. 12 hours is enough for all the heavenly Tao realm upper echelons of the left bank's forbidden zones to rush over. You will be expelled. They will not allow the originally peaceful forbidden land of the Blood Eye to be replaced by an external force with uncertain factors. You will not have a chance. Roar! Is that so? 12 hours? You are really thinking too much. In response to such a warning and provocation, the voice of the way of the heavens of the untainted land responded. Paused for a moment, and then its tone suddenly turned fierce. I just want to kill you. I can do it now. Weeping soul. Roar. The heavenly Tao's Eye's final sentence was clearly a call for action. And as it finished its final roar, an angry bellow sounded. With the bellow, a figure charged out of the chaotic void. It had a body like an azure ape and a blood-colored horn on its head. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was similarly a heavenly Tao realm expert. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely be alarmed to see it. The Blood Ape was too mysterious. It had once appeared in the heritage images of supreme divine powers like the heaven-falling bow. In the heritage images that Xian saw, the entire great desolate world was embroiled in a shocking bloody battle. Countless powerful desolate world creatures were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the void. Every moment lives were lost. Every moment, a rain of blood would splatter across the sky. There was a Weeping Soul Blood Ape that stood out from the scene of blood and fire. It had converged all of its aura and was lurking in a shadowy corner of a gigantic abandoned planet. Its eyes emitted a dark glow as it secretly observed the entire battlefield. Just from the heritage images, it was impossible to tell which faction the Weeping Soul Blood Ape belonged to. The Heavenly Tao's Eyes faction? No, the Infant Corpse's faction? No, that was all, but now, it had come with the primeval Heaven's Eye, descending into the primordial chaos void. The mystery was finally solved. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was a subordinate of the Heavenly Tao's Eye. In the beginning, Yi Xian had obtained a Weeping Soul Bloodhorn under a planet in the Fiend Stellar Domain. Furthermore, this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was related to the Cage Stellar Domain. Back then, Yi Xian believed that the mysterious blood ape that had escaped from the Cage Stellar Domain and was killed by the Azure Eyes avatar. Its body was embedded in the walls of the Cage Stellar Domain's entrance, leaving only its soul to escape. It transformed into a bloodhorn and lay dormant under the planet. However, he later learned that it was only a descendant of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. Such as the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that was following the primeval Heaven's Eye now was the true owner of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that he had seen in the heritage images of the Heaven-Falling Bow. Of course, there was also a Weeping Soul Blood Ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet who had transformed into D-Air. However, its whereabouts were unknown later on. If there was no accident, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet should be the one by the primeval Heaven's Eye. After all, the primeval Heaven's Eye and the mysterious guest from the home planet were originally on the same side. Screech! At this moment, as soon as its figure appeared, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. Its voice was extremely sharp. When it entered the ears, the eardrums instantly burst. Even the divine soul was affected. Furthermore, when the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's head emitted circles of invisible blood-colored ripples that rapidly radiated outwards. It was very fast, and wave after wave of ripples surged out in all directions. The raging battle instantly slowed down. However, the target of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's bloodline divine power was clearly specific. The ferocious beasts on the Heavenly Tao side were not affected in any way. However, on the Blood Forehead Tiger's side, all the ferocious beasts trembled and stopped their attacks. Their eyes revealed a dazed look, and even their divine souls were in a trance. It was as though they had been instantly pulled into some kind of illusion. Even the three Heavenly Tao realm existences, including the Black Tiger, the Winged Tiger, and the Blood Forehead Tiger, were the same. The battle should come to an end. Phew! In the next instant, the voice of the primeval Heaven's Eye's spiritual perception sounded once again, as though it was murmuring in its sleep. As the voice of the divine sense sounded, the green eye suddenly opened after it was closed. A huge green light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it blasted into the forehead of the Blood Forehead Tiger, who had temporarily fallen into a daze. It directly penetrated the head of the Blood Forehead Tiger, leaving a huge bloody hole. With just one strike, the Blood Forehead Tiger perished. The forbidden land that belonged to it had changed owners. From this moment onwards, the primeval forbidden land appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 5078. Boom! Rumble! Roar! Screech! After a momentary silence, the sound of thunder resounded incessantly once again. There were also countless ferocious beasts roaring angrily. This time they were all from the Azure Eye faction. After the Azure Eye closed, it suddenly opened as a gigantic azure beam shot out. In a blink of an eye, it struck the glabella of the Blood Forehead Tiger, who had momentarily fallen into a daze. It tore through his head, leaving behind a gigantic blood-colored hole. With one strike, the Blood Forehead Tiger perished. The outcome of the battle was instantly decided. There was no suspense to the final outcome. Roar! Bam! Screech! With a resounding boom, there was no need for the primeval Heaven's Eye to take action. 8 of his 9 Heavenly Tao realm beasts charged forward together. While Black Tiger and Winged Tiger were still in a daze, unable to react in time. In just a few seconds, the 2 powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences were blasted to death. In less than 30 seconds, the 3 powerful Heavenly Tao realm experts were completely finished off. If Yi Xian were to see this scene, he would definitely be alarmed as he raised his guard. But the one who was wary was not the Heavenly Tao's Azure Eye, but the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that was only at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. His bloodline divine power was just too astounding. When he let out a roar, The blood-colored horn on his head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples. Even the blood-forehead tiger, who had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, was unable to withstand it. Caught off guard, his consciousness was pulled into an illusion as he fell into a daze. If not for that, the blood-forehead tiger would not have been killed so easily. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Black Tiger and Winged Tiger, who perished one after another, would not have perished so easily if their consciousness had not fallen into a daze as though they were in an illusion. Heaven's which supreme existence at the Tao realm did not have a trump card to protect their lives. How could they be so easily killed? He knew that the current Yixuan was only at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and using it to the 9th transformation. Yuanzai, this blood-forehead tiger with slanted eyes, was the same. From this point of view, if it was Yixuan here, he would most likely have fallen victim to that attack as well. Roar! Screech! Ruthless, 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 ruthless. At that moment, with the death of the 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm experts, the sky-eyed blood-forehead tiger, Black Tiger, and Winged Tiger, nearly 1,000,000 powerful beasts in the heavenly Tao's green-eyed camp raised their heads and roared angrily and violently. Then, an incomparably tragic massacre unfolded. Wrong. It was a massacre. This time, it didn't encounter much resistance at all because practically all of the near 1,000,000 ferocious beasts in the blood-forehead tiger's camp still had infatuated expressions and hadn't struggled free from the influence of the weeping soul blood ape's bewitching hell. Here at that moment, they were like motionless targets of flesh and blood in the void. They were destined to be slaughtered in a short period of time. The experts led by the heavenly Tao's green-eyed to participate in this battle were all astral beasts with ancient bloodlines. Among astral beasts, they relied on flesh and blood to raise their cultivation levels. Right to them, the treasured bodies of their opponents who perished in battle were the best source of flesh and blood. This scene was extremely tragic and filled with endless blood. Hundreds of billions of kilometers away, countless experts in the various factions and races of the 3 main astral planes trembled as they watched. These ferocious beasts with ancient bloodlines were too brutal. After the battle, they devoured the flesh and blood of their opponents. It left them shuddering, unknowingly. A thought flashed through some people's minds as their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. They were suspicious. With their insignificant battle strength, they were all brought from the primitive world to this mysterious primordial void by the primeval heaven's eye without leaving a single one behind. To the heavenly Tao's green-eyed, apart from being used as cannon fodder at certain moments, could there be another use for them? That was just like the large number of powerful ferocious beasts in the enemy camp that were being slaughtered on the battlefield and then devoured bite by bite. They were clearly temporary supplies of flesh and blood. Some people thought of the source of all evil star field. In the depths of that star field, there were originally a large number of astral beasts, all of whom were the bloodline descendants of ancient ferocious beasts. However, later on, when the netherworld furnace wreaked havoc, most of those astral beasts in the depths of the star field were devoured by the netherworld furnace. Only a few were rescued by the Yixuan, such as the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. Even the space beasts in the depths of the star zone, the source of all evil, and the bloodline descendants of the ancient beasts under his command, were treated like this by the eyes of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land. What was he worth? Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle was about to end, and it was also at this time that the netherworld furnace also rushed forward. It was still incomparably enormous, as if it was an enormous life star in the shape of a cauldron, and it possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 talisman marking chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles that fluttered about with extreme agility. As they waved, large amounts of remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were collected and sent into the netherworld furnace. This included the remnant corpses left behind by the Black Tiger, the Winged Tiger, and the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger after their deaths. Clearly, even supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm could not escape being devoured by the netherworld furnace after their deaths. Following that, their flesh and blood would be ground into blood, and after the final purification, they would be transformed into the origin liquid of all evil. When they thought up to this point, the figures of countless experts from the various clans shook violently and trembled. Perhaps they weren't afraid of dying. But to be treated as food by the ancient army of ferocious beasts under the command of the primeval Heaven Dao's green eye and be devoured bit by bit was something that no one could accept. That was a great terror, and just thinking about it caused their souls to disperse. This, at that moment, as such guesses grew in their minds, a seed was planted in the hearts of countless experts from various races in the massive army that was spread out in the void billions of kilometers behind them. Roar! Roar! Rumble! The battle came to an end. Under the netherworld furnace's sweep, the remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were quickly cleaned up and sucked into the netherworld furnace. At this moment, as the huge millstone in the netherworld cauldron rotated, the green eyes of the great Tao of the untainted land immediately gave the order. All the battleships and battleships of the untainted land army that were spread out in the void billions of miles behind them started to move, rushing towards the forbidden land ahead. At that moment, a few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras extended over from the distant void. It had been less than 2 hours since the battle began. The few heavenly Tao realm experts had arrived extremely quickly. They were likely guests from the neighboring forbidden lands, but unfortunately, they were still too late. Upon seeing the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger perish. The few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras only stayed for a brief moment before silently retreating. Chapter 5079. It was also on the left bank of the Milky Way, but it was on the right side of the left bank. Furthermore, it was at the edge of the right bank. This was the Black Crow Forbidden Land. Just as the primeval heavens, I led a huge army of primordial creatures and tore through the void. They arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way and killed the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the slit-eyed blood-headed tiger in a short period of time, causing the primeval forbidden land to appear. Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke, who were leading the way, had also arrived at the star sector of their next target. No hesitation. After arriving at the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke immediately charged into the star sector. However, this time Lu Zhangke was at the back while Yi Xian was charging forward alone. He wanted to end the battle. He wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible so as not to attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star sectors around the Black Crow Forbidden Land. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, if there were too many powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences, even with his Heavenly Tao realm stage 6 cultivation base, it would be a headache for him. This time, Yi Xian's target was a scarlet pattern black crow. It was said that it had the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow, and was also a connate ferocious beast. The scarlet pattern black crow had a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It was a crystal that slowly grew in the scarlet pattern black crow's body due to its ancestral bloodline after it entered the desolate supremacy realm. It was also a special connate treasure medicine with a fire attribute and could be used as a fire source. The scarlet pattern black crow's cultivation base was extraordinary as it had entered the Heavenly Tao realm. However, it was only at stage 2 of the Heavenly Tao realm. With Yi Xian's terrifying stage 6 cultivation base, there was naturally no problem in taking it down. However, if they were to fight head-on, it would obviously take some time, which was somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, before entering the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Yi Xian had a private discussion with Lu Zhangke on how to kill the scarlet pattern black crow. At this moment, Yi Xian shot forward in front of him. The instant he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Land, he activated the mental energy in his body with all his might and activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique. Such as now, he was a powerful existence at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He was just a step away from reaching the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Edison, with such a terrifying cultivation level, Yi Xian's figure was concealed. Even his aura was perfectly concealed. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, could not detect him. Only a 9th-order consummation Heaven's Path Pinnacle expert would be able to do so. As for the scarlet pattern black crow in Black Crow Forbidden Ground, it was only in existence at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was still in the early stages of the realm, so it was clearly impossible for it to sense Yi Xian's aura. However, Yi Xian did not know his opponent's current location, so he could not determine where he was hiding. If he extended his divine sense to investigate, his aura would leak out and be detected by the other party at the first possible moment. century at that time, even if the second stage Scarlet Pattern Black Crow did not escape, it would take a certain amount of time to kill Yi Xian in a head-on battle. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't extend the power of his divine sense to investigate. He had already discussed this matter with Lu Zhangke before he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. The latter would be in charge. Lu Zhangke had yet to step into the true Heavenly Dao realm, but he was still a veteran peak desolate supremacy. Among all the powerful half-step Heavenly Dao realm existences, he was considered one of the strongest experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was infinitely close to the Heavenly Dao realm. Roar! As Lu Zhangke charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground, he, who had transformed into an elder of the Bloodbeard tribe, raised his head and roared. He instantly revealed his bloodline true body. It was thousands of miles wide, and his blood was astonishing. His half-step Heavenly Dao realm cultivation was instantly pushed to the extreme. Boom! Rumble. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhangke immediately raised his front hooves and stomped on an abandoned planet in the void hundreds of millions of miles in front of him after his bloodline true body appeared. Alarmed, there was an explosion in the sky. The abandoned planet exploded in the blink of an eye, and there was a bloody mist spreading out. It was clear that some of the fierce beasts in the forbidden area were caught off guard and didn't have time to escape. Under this stomp, they directly exploded and died. This was definitely a blatant provocation. A demon-patterned blood deer that was infinitely close to the true Heavenly Dao realm actually charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground like a madman. Without saying a word, it raised its front hooves and killed tens of thousands of beasts in the Forbidden Ground. Such a scene was absolutely unacceptable to the Scarlet-patterned Black Crow. While, furthermore, Lu Zhangke deliberately stirred up all the aura in his body. The commotion was so great that it immediately alarmed the crow. Caw! Blood deer, are you courting death? Following an extremely hoarse and ear-piercing cry, a figure instantly rushed out from a corner on the right side of the void. It was a black-red blob of light. The blob of light emitted a powerful aura at the second stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. It was clearly the Scarlet-patterned Black Crow. Yi Xian did not hesitate when the main body appeared. He continued concealing his body and concealing his aura. He immediately approached and threw out a punch. Bam! At that instant, the boundless strength of Yi Xian's punch enveloped the black-red blob of light. There was no suspense in what happened next. An earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and berserk power had already smashed into the old fellow's body. Although he was a powerful existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, he was unable to react in time against the full-powered strike of Yi Xian, who was at the sixth stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. The black-red blob of light only shook slightly before exploding. At that moment, the boundless strength surged into the scarlet-patterned Black Crow's body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body. As his entire body exploded, the scarlet-patterned Black Crow perished. Its massive body transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet-red blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Amidst the spreading blood mist, there was clearly a scarlet-red crystal that soared into the sky. That crystal was Yi Xian's main target. Phew! With some hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. Following the howling of a strong wind, a boundless strength whizzed out. Half in less than a second, the Heavenly Dao old freak's massive body exploded into a blood mist that swept over him. He absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron's space. With a flip of his hand, a scarlet-red crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. This item was named Heaven Crystal. It was a Khanate Origins item in the scarlet-patterned Black Crow's body. It contained a sliver of the primordial chaos Heavenly Dao nomological powers. Furthermore, it was fire elemental. It was the fire catalyst origins that Yi Xian needed. Now, with the scarlet-red Heaven Crystal in hand, Yi Xian was finally short of one of the five elemental catalysts that he needed. Chapter 5080. Whoosh! With the sound of a strong wind whistling, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a majestic force whizzed out. The heavenly Tao old monster's huge body exploded into a bloody mist and was absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. After that, he flipped his hand, and a scarlet crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. It was the innate source of the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. It contained a trace of the primordial heavenly Tao law and was of the fire attribute. It was the fire guide source that Yi Xian needed. Until, with the fire guide source in hand, Yi Xian only lacked the earth guide source among the 5 elemental guides that he needed previously. They had agreed that after killing the scarlet-patterned black crow, they would immediately leave this place and not stay any longer. Although there were still many desolate supremes and primordial ancients in the Black Crow Forbidden Land, this time Yi Xian did not continue to attack. Roar! Lu Zhangke raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, Pang Da's terrifying true body suddenly disappeared and turned back into an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. With a shake of his shoulders, he immediately walked toward Yi Xian with a fawning expression. Fellow Taoist's method is indeed amazing. With one strike, you instantly killed a second-stage Heavenly Tao Realm cultivator. Congratulations! You've finally obtained the Heavenly Crystal. He did not say these words through voice transmission but through his mouth. For the Black Crow Forbidden Land's desolate supremes and primordial ancients who were hibernating in the abandoned stars in the distance, it was obvious that they heard it clearly. Yi Xian looked at him meaningfully, but he did not expose him. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the Black Crow Forbidden Land's star region and into the distant void. Heh. Lu Zhangke let out a hollow laugh. Without any hesitation or delay, he immediately followed her. Soon, the two of them reached the end of the void outside the forbidden area and disappeared. Roar! 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 As the two left, the Black Crow Forbidden Land, which had become deathly silent because of Yi Xian's attack, was instantly filled with shocking roars. Just the dozen or so desolate elders in the Black Crow Forbidden Area had clearly seen everything that had happened, including what Lu Zhangke had said to Yi Xian. Forbidden Land, the Forbidden Land's strongest powerhouse, was killed in the blink of an eye. It was easy to imagine how angry these desolate supremes were. Although they weren't Yi Xian's match, it was impossible for them to let this matter rest. As the furious roars rang out, the voices of divine senses circulated amongst the dozen or so desolate elders of the Black Crow Forbidden Area. I've seen the guy who transformed into a remnant. He comes from the right bank of the Milky Way. He's the strongest powerhouse in a forbidden land on the right bank. He's famous because he's the most proficient in the Tao of pills among all the fierce beasts. That's right. I've heard of this person. He calls himself Lu Zhangke. He's a fierce beast with an innate bloodline and a half-step Heavenly Tao realm cultivation base. Although he's a fierce beast, he's been studying the Tao of pills. It's said that he has a treasure pill formula that can refine a supreme treasure pill that can increase the chances of breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm. However, this pill requires 5 types of innate 5 elements origins as medicinal catalysts. His Heavenly Velvet is one of them. Just now, Lord Black Crow was killed and the heavenly crystal in his body was taken away. That's the fire catalyst essence. The one who attacked is a remnant. Although it's just a glance, I can roughly tell that this person is at least a mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert at the 5 stars realm. Otherwise, even if he launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lord Black Crow in one strike. This demonic patterned blood deer is too arrogant. As a fierce beast, it actually colluded with the remnant to kill Lord Black Crow of our forbidden land. It looks like he wants to refine the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. We also need this pill, but with our desolate supremacy cultivation base, we can't obtain it. We have to spread this news and stir up the waters. Only then can we have a share of the pie. Roar! 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 Screech! Having said that, the desolate supremacies stopped talking. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they transformed into beams of light and shot out. They rushed out of the Black Crow Forbidden Land and headed for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. They wanted to spread the news that Lu Zhangke had colluded with the remnant to refine the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! An empty sound rang out. In the dark void, two beams of light streaked across. They were very fast as they shot toward the endless darkness ahead. The two figures were Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke. Now Yi Xian already had the wood-guiding origin heavenly velvet, water-guiding origin heavenly liquid, metal-guiding origin heavenly eye, and fire-guiding origin heavenly crystal in his hands. The only thing he lacked was the last kind of earth-guiding origin. Yi Xian had no idea what the earth-guiding origin was or where to find it. Therefore, as the two moved through the void, Lu Zhangke was still leading the way. However, after the two left the Black Crow Forbidden Land, they did not head for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. Instead, they followed the original path and rushed toward the deep darkness between the left bank and the right bank. Where there was no trace of the Milky Way's starlight, Yi Xian was puzzled. Could it be that the earth-guiding origin was not on the two banks of the Milky Way, but in the endless dark void between the two banks? Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately glanced at Lu Zhangke and asked without batting an eyelid, "Tell me, where's the source of the earth guide?" "It's in the endless darkness ahead," Lu Zhangke replied. Lu Zhangke had obviously expected him to ask such a question, so he was not surprised. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the endless darkness ahead. Speaking of which, this can be considered a coincidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a similar innate origin that contains a trace of the primordial law's power and has the attribute of earth. The earth-guiding origin that I'm talking about is a kind of heaven pill. This kind of heaven pill is contained in the shell of a void giant turtle. The void giant turtle is a primordial fierce beast, with the chaos demon god's bloodline in its body. It's famous in the Eldritch world. Even in the Eldritch world's great war that destroyed the entire Eldritch world, it was an extremely eye-catching existence. Countless years ago, this void giant tortoise was already at the peak of the 9th stage perfection realm, the desolate supremacy realm. Therefore, there is definitely more than one heavenly pill in his giant tortoise shell, and what we need is only one. However, this void giant turtle is not easy to deal with. It's extremely ferocious. Not long ago, it wreaked havoc on the two banks of the Milky Way. At that time, there were basically no primordial supremes guarding the two banks of the Milky Way. They were all hibernating. It's precisely because of its appearance that the upper echelons of various parties realized that the Eldritch world was about to end. Therefore, a large number of desolate supremes and heavenly path experts appeared one after another. Chapter 5081. More than a decade ago, it was because of the appearance of this famous void gigantic turtle from the primordial desolate era that made the upper echelons of various factions realize that the primordial apocalypse was approaching. Therefore, large numbers of desolate supremacy old freaks and heavenly Tao realm experts appeared. Ever since then, the void tortoise that wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way disappeared. The outside world believed that it was afraid of the desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts that appeared in the two sides of the Milky Way, so it left. However, that wasn't the case. At this point, a smug look appeared on Lu Zhangke's face. "Fellow Taoist, you are lucky to have met me this time. Otherwise, even if you encountered other existences that knew about the Khanate ferocious beasts, they would only be able to lead you to the first 4 Khanate herbs. As for the earth essence, you would definitely not be able to obtain it. I have always been researching a supreme treasure pill that can help me smoothly break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Although I know that I don't have the ability to gather all 5 elemental herbs, I have always been secretly paying attention to existences with 5 elemental origins herbs in my body. Among the 5 elemental herbs, the earth elemental Khanate herb is the rarest. It has never appeared before. Therefore, when this void tortoise appeared, I hid in the dark and observed its movements. Although it is an extremely ancient existence with a cultivation realm of peak desolate supremacy at the perfected rank 9 realm, its true combat strength is comparable to a rank 1 heavenly Tao realm expert. However, I am also a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert. Furthermore, with a mystic technique to conceal my aura, I was able to spy on it from the distant void. It was similarly undiscovered. This void tortoise has indeed hibernated, but it hasn't gone far. Instead, it tore apart a corner of the void in the darkness at the end of both sides of the Milky Way and hid within it. It entered seclusion to attack the heavenly Tao realm. If you didn't know about this beforehand, even with your powerful rank 6 Heavenly Tao realm perception, you probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance to the Void Tortoise's seclusion grounds. As he spoke, Lu Zhangke raised his hand again and pointed to the right. He said smugly, "Hey, a corner of the void has been torn apart 100 billion miles away from that area. However, that Void Tortoise has used some means to conceal the entrance. Once you enter, you'll be able to reach the Void Tortoise's place of seclusion. Although that old bastard's true combat strength is comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he is nothing to you. You can finish him instantly." Whoosh, whoosh. After saying that, Lu Zhangke didn't say anything else. His feet tightened, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed hundreds of billions of miles of void and came to an abrupt stop in front of him. At this moment, although Yi Xian had not said anything, the expression on his face was extremely strange. He who would have thought that the final earth-guiding origin that was required would actually land on the Void Giant Tortoise? This demon-patterned blood deer could be considered extremely daring. The Void Tortoise was not an existence to be trifled with. That fellow looked like a simple and honest giant tortoise, but in reality, it had a very violent temper. Furthermore, the last time the Void Tortoise appeared, it was with the primordial Wuxia. Desolation. The primordial Wuxia was an existence in no way weaker than the Void Tortoise. It was also a famous existence in the primordial war that had caused chaos in the primordial world. It was even more infamous than the Void Gigantic Turtle. This was because the primordial Wuxia had a powerful divine power, the heaven-falling bow. In the battle of the primordial desolate supremacy, although the primordial Wuxia was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th order perfection realm, its combat strength was comparable to that of a first-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence. And if one were to use a supreme divine power like the Heavenly Fallen Bow, any Heavenly Tao realm expert would feel apprehensive. Back in that epic battle, the primordial Wuxia had once used the Heavenly Fallen Bow to nearly shoot down the primordial Heavenly Tao Azuride into the void. Therefore, when the Void Tortoise and the primordial Wuxia were together, even with Yi Xian's powerful cultivation at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, it was basically impossible for him to kill the Void Tortoise and obtain a heavenly core from it. Desolate, the primordial Wuxia's heaven-falling bow was just too intimidating. Even Yi Xian had to be wary of it. Thankfully, this battle clearly wouldn't result in an explosion. This was because Yi Xian, the Void Tortoise, and the primordial Wuxia were not considered enemies. Due to the headless infant's corpse, Yi Xian had long been branded and labeled as part of their faction. Furthermore, Lu Zhangke had said it himself. There was definitely more than one heavenly core in the Void Tortoise's body. If that was the case, it shouldn't be difficult for Yi Xian to obtain it if he asked. Besides, this old bastard wanted to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. If he could obtain the help of a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, the chances of him successfully breaking through would be much higher and faster. Bowit was the same for the primordial Wuxia. He also needed a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Therefore, as long as Yi Xian opened his mouth, even if he took out a heavenly pill, it would more or less affect him. The Void Tortoise shouldn't refuse. Yi Xian was quite confident in this point. Boom! Rumble? Old bastard. Hurry up and come out to die. While Yi Xian was pondering, Lu Zhangke had already waved his hand and opened the entrance to the void passageway that concealed its aura. Following the earth-shattering sound, the voice of his divine sense rang out as well. It passed through the void passageway and into the endless darkness behind this corner of the void. Hiss! Hum! In the next instant, the clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out from the right side of the void where the two of them were, followed by a low buzzing sound. Yi Xian was shocked. A sense of alarm rose in his heart as an inexplicable strong sense of danger enveloped his entire body. He was no stranger to this feeling. It was as though he was suddenly being stared at by a venomous snake at close range. It was the same feeling he had when he encountered the primordial Wuxia, with a slight change in expression. He almost subconsciously turned his head to look. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused his eyes to narrow as he sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 billion miles to the right of his line of sight, a crack silently opened in the dark void. It was only about 10,000 feet wide. Shockingly, there was a figure standing in the middle of the spatial rift. He stood on his hind legs with a pair of wings on his back. His appearance was incomparably ferocious. Who else could it be but a primordial Wuxia? Yi Xianxian had seen the inheritance phantom many times in the inheritance picture of the fallen skybow. It was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Even the aura was the same. Not long ago, he had seen the primordial Wuxia's true body. Although the two of them did not communicate, he could see it clearly. However, what shocked Yi Xian was that the primordial Wuxia stood there silently with his right arm raised high. A giant energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared. It was the fallen sky bow. Obviously, Lu Zhangke's clamor had angered the primordial Wuxia, causing him to think that an enemy had arrived. Therefore, he appeared immediately, and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 5082. Sila, hum. To the right, there was the clear sound of ripping cloth, followed by a deep buzzing sound. Turning around, the winged primordial Wuxia was standing there silently. His right arm was raised high as a gigantic energy bow appeared. Even his right hand was on the bowstring as an energy arrow appeared. His eyes were glowing with a sanguine beam as the powerful half-step Heavenly Tao Realm aura remained. But upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Primordial Wuxia? As the deep buzzing sound sounded behind him, Lu Zhangke's heart skipped a beat as he turned around. A few moments later, in the next moment, his body shook violently, and his expression changed. He gasped and exclaimed in horror, "Hiss! That's the heaven-falling bow?" Countless years ago, in the primordial war that had brought chaos to the primordial great world, the primordial Wuxia's ferocity was in no way inferior to that of the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. It was even more ferocious than them. He naturally recognized it at a glance. He originally believed that there was only a void giant tortoise here, but he never expected to encounter a primordial Wuxia before he even saw the real deal. And the other party had clearly been lying in wait. Just as he activated the spatial passageway that the void giant tortoise had concealed with a mystic technique, the primordial Wuxia appeared behind him and tore through the void. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to conjure the heaven-falling bow. Speaking of which, the heaven-falling bow's ferocity was even greater than that of ancient peak desolate supremacies like the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. This was because, in the primordial war, the primordial Wuxia had conjured it and shot an arrow. It had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye into the dust. That was the primeval heaven's eye. During that battle, he was already at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the Seventh Order realm. If that was the case when facing the primordial Wuxia's heaven-falling bow, how could Lu Zhangke, who was only a peak desolate supremacy at the Ninth Order, dodge it? It could be said that as long as the other party released the bowstring with his right hand, this arrow would instantly kill him on the spot. However, the primordial Wuxia's energy arrow was aimed at him instead of Yi Xian, who came with him. This was clearly because he was the one who had activated the passage to the void giant tortoise's place of seclusion. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Zhangke's mind, his intestines turned green with regret. He stood in the void with a deathly pale complexion, his knees slightly trembling. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. In fact, there was nothing to explain. He had led Yi Xian here to kill the void tortoise, but the ancient Wuxias were on the same side as the void tortoise. Now that they were here, it was to protect the void tortoise. As for him, he had already roared at the void passage entrance the moment it appeared, calling for the void giant tortoise to come out and die. How else could that be explained? Roar! Who is it? How dare you come to this old man's place of seclusion and make a ruckus? Are you tired of living? At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the endless darkness in the depths of the void passage entrance that had been activated. It was the voice of the old void giant tortoise. That old fellow was probably still preparing and hadn't entered seclusion yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have responded so quickly. Breaking through to the heavenly path realm was no joke. When he heard this roar, Lu Zhangke's expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. He was hoping that the void tortoise was already in seclusion. If that was the case, he and Yi Xian would have to face the primordial Wuxia alone, and the other party would have to protect the Void Tortoise who was already in seclusion. Therefore, the heaven-falling bow in his hand could only be used as a deterrent. He didn't dare to use it for real. But now it was over. The Void Tortoise hadn't entered seclusion yet. Judging from its roar, it was clearly charging in their direction. Once the Void Tortoise rushed out of the Void Passage, it would be a 2-on-2 situation. At that moment, the primordial Wuxia, who was aiming the heaven-falling bow's energy arrow at him, would most likely change its target and aim it at Yixian instead. Even if he was a Heavenly Path 6th-stage existence, he could only be deterred by the heaven-falling bow that had nearly shot the primeval Heaven's Eye out of the void during the Primordial War. He definitely wouldn't act rashly. However, for Lu Zhanke, it wasn't a good thing that the primordial Wuxia had shifted the energy arrow away from him. Because once Yixian was threatened by the primordial Wuxia's heaven-falling bow and didn't dare to act rashly, he would have to face the Void Tortoise alone. However, the Void Tortoise was the same as him. Its cultivation level was at the peak of the Desolate Supremacy 9th stage, which was half-step into the Heavenly Path. But compared to him, the Void Tortoise was clearly stronger. Its true combat strength was comparable to a Heavenly Path 1st stage existence. He was definitely no match for it. Once the battle erupted, although he could hold on for a while, if Yixian didn't save him, he would definitely end up seriously injured even if he didn't die. Roar! Rumble. Just as he was feeling alarmed and his face turned ashen, another shocking roar came from the Void Passage in front of him. Following that, a huge figure rushed out of the Void Passage. To be precise, it was forcefully squeezed out. After all, this was the primordial void. The laws of the void were extremely powerful. Even the Void Tortoise couldn't tear open a void rift that was too big, and it was able to form a stable Void Passage entrance. Therefore, even though he had shrunk his body to the extreme using a secret technique, his body was still tens of millions of miles wide. This Void Passage was only a few million miles wide. Since the Void Tortoise had forcefully squeezed in earlier, it naturally had to do the same now that it wanted to come out. In the blink of an eye, as the rumbling of thunder rang out, the entrance of the Void Passage that he had squeezed back and forth through twice finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Then, under the influence of the powerful primordial laws of the void, it was quickly mended and mended. However, the Void Tortoise didn't care about any of this. Since this place had been found, it could no longer be used as a place for seclusion. There was no need for this stable Void Passage constructed using a secret technique to exist. The guy who called for this old man to come out and die, was that you? At this moment, as the Void Tortoise squeezed its way out of the Void Passage, Lu Zhanke, who was standing 10 billion miles away from the Void Passage and didn't dare to move at all, immediately entered its field of vision. A cold light flashed in the Void Tortoise's eyes. As it reprimanded Lu Zhanke, it looked him up and down. This Lu Zhanke almost collapsed on the spot. Even though the Void Tortoise had already come out, the energy arrow on the heaven-fallen bow in the hands of the primordial Wuxia was still firmly aimed at him, with no intention of moving away at all. At this moment he really wanted to cry. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained, Don't be impulsive, fellow cultivator. If this old man said that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chapter 5083. As the Void Tortoise charged out of the void passageway in front of him, the suppressive aura emanating from its body immediately locked onto Lu Zhanke. He was so frightened that he nearly collapsed on the spot. Because, even though the Void Tortoise had already appeared, the energy arrow on the ancient Wuxia's heaven-fallen bow was still firmly aimed at him from 5 billion kilometers away. It had no intention of moving away at all. It was clearly targeting him. By the side, Yixian, who had retracted his aura like an ordinary person, seemed to be ignored by these two fellows. With this in mind, Lu Zhanke nearly cried out on the spot. He hurriedly waved his hand and explained, No. Fellow Taoist, please don't be rash. If I were to say that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Alright, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. When Lu Zhanke said those words, his face drooped and was filled with despair. However, Yixian had already spoken. Yes, that's right. He was indeed on guard against Lu Zhanke, But Yi Xian had always done things this way. Since he had made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. Otherwise, it would affect his Tao heart. The greater his future achievements, the more obvious the effect would be. Lu Zhanke might have really been scheming, but at least until now, this old fellow had been doing his best to help him find the 5 elemental catalyst. Even if he had any schemes in mind, he would not be able to put them into action in the future. This under such circumstances, since Yi Xian had made a promise to give him one of the grade 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills refined, he would not deliberately avoid this matter. Therefore, before the grade 30 heavenly Tao treasured pill was given to Lu Zhanke, Yi Xian would not sit idly by and watch him perish as long as the old fellow did not really plot against him. Dang! However, he was now a supreme existence at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm in his devil ape 9th transformation state. Although Lu Zhanke was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence, he did not think much of him. It was not worth it to damage his Tao heart for such an existence that he did not think much of. Yi Xian would not make such a choice. Phew! Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, as his voice fell, Yi Xian had already made his move once again. The 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts that he had previously collected were the wood catalyst origin heavenly velvet, the metal catalyst origin heavenly eye, the water catalyst origin heavenly liquid, and the fire catalyst origin heavenly crystal that he had just obtained not long ago. In an instant, all of them were taken out by him and hung in front of him. At the same time, because of Yi Xian's attack, the cultivation aura that he had been concealing in his body was finally released. It was clearly sensed by the void tortoise and the primordial Wuxia. Both of them were clearly stunned at the same time. Then, the void giant tortoise's soft exclamation suddenly rang out. What? 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? It's only been a few years, and you've already broken through 2 levels of cultivation, you little bastard. Billions of miles away, the primordial Wuxia's eyes flashed with a dark light. He looked deeply at Yi Xian, then shifted his gaze and paused for a moment on the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of him. He seemed to have understood something. Then he lowered his left arm and withdrew the heaven-fallen bow. However, his figure did not continue to linger here, as if he had no interest in communicating with Yi Xian. Soon, the void crack behind him was repaired under the influence of the primordial void laws, and the primordial Wuxia's figure disappeared. But it was obvious that they hadn't left yet. Instead, they were silently lying in wait in different voids just like before. If necessary, they could suddenly appear like they did before and take out the heavens fall bow, to intimidate everything. Heavenly velvet? Heavenly eye? Heavenly liquid? Heavenly crystal? Damn, you brat, you've killed 4 connate ferocious beasts, and none of them were weak. You even gathered the 4 elements medicinal catalysts. At that moment, the void giant tortoise's gaze was also attracted by the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of Yi Xian. Pang Da's huge figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yi Xian. No wonder you came looking for me at this time. You're clearly thinking about the heavenly core. What's going on? Look. At this scene, Lu Zhanke, who had been thrown to the side in the distant void, was dumbfounded. He stared at Yi Xian and the void giant tortoise in a daze with his mouth wide open. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Just a moment ago, he was in a situation of certain death. In front of him was the void giant tortoise, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Tao realm cultivator, and behind him was the primordial Wuxia, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Tao realm cultivator. It had even taken out the infamous heaven-fallen bow and aimed an energy arrow at him. Following that, there was a possibility that he would be killed on the spot. But now, in the blink of an eye, the primordial Wuxia was gone. The void giant tortoise also ignored him and rushed in front of the mysterious heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed like they were still talking, and from the sound of it, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Furthermore, they seemed to have a good relationship. That's right. I'm here to get a heavenly core from you. At that moment, Yi Xian smiled and looked at the void giant tortoise. The 4 elements medicinal catalysts have been gathered. All that's left is the earth heavenly core medicinal catalysts. Then, I can immediately start refining a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. It's up to you whether you want to give it to me or not. Level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill? SSS. Darn brat, you should have said so earlier. Upon hearing that, the void giant tortoise's body trembled violently. After drawing a cold gasp, a yellow beam shot out from its body. Phew! The beam shot over with a sharp sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, it came to a halt in the void in front of Yixian. It was a crystal the size of a head. It was yellowish-brown in color, and it emitted an extremely thick and corporeal aura. Clearly, this was the final earth essence that Yixian needed. It was also the heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Although this item was equally important to him, it contained a sliver of the primordial chaos laws, allowing him to accumulate energy in his body. However, there was clearly more than one such heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Compared to a single heavenly Tao treasure pill that could allow him to successfully break through in a short period of time and enter the true heavenly Tao realm, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Phew! 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 Apart from this, the void giant tortoise was stunned for a moment before beams shot out from its body once again. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. They were the lifeblood spheres he had collected from killing desolate supremacy realm astral beasts when he wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way. There were a total of 7 lifeblood spheres. They were immediately collected by Yixian and sent into the Shenong cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. Previously, Yixian already had a total of 41 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. Now that he had 7 more, the total number of desolate sovereign blood essences had reached 48. Among the 48 desolate supremacy blood essences, there were even a few supreme-grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Phew! 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 In an instant, beams shot out. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. Before this, Yixian already had 41 desolate supremacy blood essence in his hands. For example, with another 7, he had a total of 48. Among them, there were even a few supreme-grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Once the cauldron was opened for refinement, the number of level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pills that could be produced would probably be more than 50. It was absolutely shocking. Of course, apart from that, he still had a heavenly Tao blood essence. It was obtained from killing a scarlet pattern blood crow. He kept it for the time being as it would be of great use in the future. Just one level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection to successfully break through the bottleneck of a large realm in a short period of time, leaping to become a true heavenly Tao realm expert. At present, Yixian's cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. He was still 4 stages away from consuming a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. It was only 4 stages, so it would not take long. Therefore, to him, this cauldron of heavenly Tao treasure pills was extremely important. It could not be delayed any further and had to be refined as soon as possible. However, it was still unknown how many desolate supremacy treasure pills could be produced in this cauldron, but it would at least be more than 50. Out of caution, Yixian had thought of only using half of the desolate supremacy blood essence to refine it. However, that would not maximize the benefits. Furthermore, it would be difficult to gather the required 5 elemental medicinal catalyst in the next cauldron. Furthermore, he had repeatedly deduced the perfect pill formula for the heavenly Tao treasure pill. This time, he had added the concept of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. The possibility of an accident was almost 0. Therefore, after some thought, Yixian decided to refine all 48 desolate supremacy blood essence in one cauldron. He had already handed over the pills and the 7 aprons desolate supremacy blood essence he had collected. If he did not refine them on the spot, the void tortoise would obviously not agree. Therefore, Yixian had no intention of leaving. After instructing the void tortoise and Lu Zhangke to stand guard in 2 other directions, his figure flashed, and he dashed into an abandoned planet 10 billion miles away. He directly entered the planet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! With a wave of his hand, he took out all 48 Desolate Supremacy blood essences. These Desolate Supremacy blood essences would be used by Yi Xian to refine the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill, along with a large amount of other top-grade precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial beings. Clang. Apart from these two most important basic materials, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil origin liquid and the top-grade resources he had found in the primordial void. Most importantly, the most important things were the Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill. These were the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts that contained a trace of the primordial law's power. They would ensure that this cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Dao treasured pills would be successfully refined without any accidents. After all the preparations were done, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-notch precious herbs required for the recipe. Then he closed his eyes. God! In the inner space of the known cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another. Densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the top of the cauldron in the Central Domain's volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. After a sudden delay, all of them came to an abrupt halt and hovered in midair. These strands of light were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path pellet. Hoo! In an instant, a sound like the howling of a gale rang out. Below these top-grade resources, a majestic Shinong 9-colored flame whizzed up from the bottom of the volcano in the central region. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 10 feet amidst the gale. It was small and simple, but it exuded an extraordinary aura. Soon, the Desolate Supremacy blood essence and 5 elemental guiding herbs, as well as other materials and resources that had been prepared, automatically flew up and entered the tiny flame cauldron with a radius of 10 feet. From at that moment, the refinement of the first cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Dao treasured pills in Yi Xian's hands officially began. Just one level 10 Heavenly Dao treasure pill was enough to allow a Desolate Supremacy, a powerful existence at the perfect stage of the 9th step, to instantly become a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. And this time, Yi Xian was refining a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasured pill for the first time. The raw materials used were all Desolate Supremacy blood essence. Every essence represented a powerful primordial supremacy, especially the Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill, which were the 5 guiding herbs. They were extremely rare. All of them were precious. All of these were too precious. If he failed, the losses would be so severe that he did not dare imagine it. Therefore, this time, he didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Even if he was 100% sure that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still didn't dare to be distracted. He wholeheartedly controlled everything, concentrating on it like never before. Soon, with his incantation, one alchemy technique after another appeared in Yi Xian's hands. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xian did not feel it at all. His entire mind was immersed in the refinement of the cauldron of Desolate Supremacy treasured pills, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at that moment that a loud boom sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region. With the arrival of the boom, the cauldron formed by pure Shinong 9-colored flames instantly dissipated, and the 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. And what remained above the flame pool were 55 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. These round beads were all steaming with rich black and white colors, and the surface was suffused with an extremely dense fog. There was even a layer of dreamy halo, exuding a simple and heavy aura. It was a level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. Just one pill was enough to allow a Desolate Supremacy 9th stage cultivator to break through the realm in a short period of time after swallowing it, directly stepping into the true level 30 of the Heavenly Path realm. Heavenly Path treasure pill. There are actually 55 of them? After the process was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 55 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense heavenly Tao aura, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily. As the soft voice came out, his eyes were burning with excitement, revealing endless surprise. This Yi Xian only had a total of 48 desolate supremacy blood essence used to refine a level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. Although he was certain that he could produce more than 50, the fact that 55 heavenly path treasure pills were produced still left him alarmed. It exceeded his expectations. This time, the refinement of the level 30 heavenly path treasure pills was extremely smooth. Out of the 48 desolate supremacy blood essence, a total of 55 heavenly path treasure pills were produced. It left Yi Xian surprised and pleasantly surprised. Boom! Rumble. And with the appearance of the 55 heavenly path treasure pills, the heavenly Tao nomological powers in the primordial chaos void instantly sensed it. The dark void where Yi Xian was refining the pills was suddenly enveloped by black clouds, and there was a rumbling sound. The pill tribulation of the 55 heavenly path treasure pills had descended. After all, it was a supreme treasure pill that was related to the heavenly Tao realm. Under the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos void, a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was expected. This was something Yi Xian had long expected. Phew! With a wave of his hand, he stored the farmer god treasure cauldron into his body. However, the 55 heavenly path treasure pills remained in the outside world. He did not store them in the cauldron. If he did, the pill tribulation that he sensed would instantly dissipate. That was not something Yi Xian wished to see. The 15 heavenly path treasure pills gathered together, transforming into a grayish-white blob of light that was about 10 feet wide. It hovered above Yi Xian's head, and with a step, he walked out of the planet where he was in seclusion and entered the primordial chaos void in the outside world. Rumble. Kacha. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure appeared, the vast tribulation cloud that enveloped the entire area instantly arrived in the sky above his head. At the first moment, a bolt of purple-gold lightning descended from the sky. Too much. It was too thick, over 100,000 zhang in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be hacked apart with a single strike. Roar! However, Yi Xian did not take it to heart. He raised his head and spat softly. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire body was like the most blazing small star. At this moment, it was as if endless treasure light had burst out from the 1.08 billion pores on his body. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation cloud in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In just a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purplish gold lightning had already smashed down. Rai Di Seal. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian let out a soft cry, and the Rai Di Seal that was hovering above his sea of consciousness shot out. He had originally left the Rai Di Seal in the Origin Nest Planet's base camp, but this time, when the Magic Hall's army was in trouble, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over to help and stored the Rai Di Seal into his body. Screech! At this moment, as soon as the Emperor's seal was activated, the Rai Di Seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably loud and tyrannical howl resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of lightning tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. The Thunder Spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the primordial sovereign realm when Yi Xian was undergoing his tribulation. Furthermore, after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body emitted a strong desolate sovereign pressure. Such as, today, after sensing the powerful aura of the lightning tribulation descending once again, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal rejoiced once again, because this lightning tribulation was also its opportunity. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Rai Di seal would become even stronger, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal would most likely break through. However, this great fortune made it extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could no longer hold back and wanted to rush out. It has actually reached the 4th stage of the desolate sovereign realm. Seeing the appearance of the thunder spirit, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, This wave of lightning tribulation is a pill tribulation. There will be a total of 3 bolts of lightning. Let's stick to the old rules. I'll let you devour the first 2 bolts. As for the last one, let the tribulation lightning baptize the precious pill. Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already smashed down. Although it was falling towards Yi Xian's head, it did not leak out at all. All of it was absorbed by the Rai-Di seal. Screech! The Thunder Spirit's cheers came from the seal once again. This time it had eaten to its heart's content. After all, the Heavenly Path treasure pill had attracted a special lightning tribulation. The tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the Thunder Spirit. No matter how strong the tribulation lightning was, it would not be able to cause any harm to it. It was a Thunder Spirit, and it had always been nurtured within the Rai-Di seal. That was the source of all the lightning in the world. Rumble, Kacha. Just as the Thunder Spirit's joyful cry fell, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. A bolt of purple-gold lightning that was thicker than the previous one instantly pounced over. Facing this wave of lightning tribulation, Yi Xian still did not do anything. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai-Di seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Screech! Very quickly, an even more cheerful and tyrannical cry came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the 8th order of the desolate ancient realm. It was only 1 step away from reaching the great circle of the 9th order, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. If all of this were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. However, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit was originally an innate Thunder Spirit. It followed Yi Xian and devoured the power of the lightning tribulation time and time again. The last time the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was deduced, the lightning tribulation power it devoured already contained a trace of weak Heavenly Tao power. This time, 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills were produced, and at the same time, the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation contained even more Heavenly Tao power. Even if it only devoured 2 waves, it was enough for its cultivation to break through 2 levels. Consider yourself lucky to have stepped into the late desolate supremacy realm. Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai-Di seal, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. There was a look of joy on his face. This time, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit's fortune was great. Although it was only at the 8th order of the desolate supremacy realm, due to its Thunder Spirit body, its combat strength was terrifying. Even a peak desolate supremacy realm great circle of the desolate supremacy realm might not be its match. Once they encountered it, they could only retreat in horror. Below the Heavenly Tao realm, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit was basically unafraid of anyone. Of course, the Void Giant Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yuxia, who were peak desolate supremacies at the 9th order great circle of the desolate supremacy realm, but whose true combat strength was comparable to the 1st order of the Heavenly Tao realm, were naturally not included. Swish! In his joy, Yi Xian waved his hand. The Rai-Di seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared, transforming into a purplish gold beam of light that entered between his eyebrows. It once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The Thunder Spirit had only absorbed the energy of the 2 terrifying waves of tribulation lightning. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to slightly improve. Kacha! Just as the Rai-Di seal was put away by Yi Xian, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, this incomparably vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its power had actually increased by several times compared to before, and the diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 100,000 feet. Moreover, along with the descent of this bolt of lightning, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dispersed. Kacha! Just as the Rai-Di seal was put away, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above Yi Xian's head once again. The final bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and with this bolt of lightning striking down, the black tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 1 billion miles instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud was gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning. This power was so strong that it caused one to tremble. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had experienced in the past, and it couldn't even be compared to it. It emitted an endless destructive aura. However, Yi Xian was still fearless. He now had the terrifying combat strength of the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm, and he had always been known for his powerful body. Even the terrifying tribulation lightning that was 100,000 feet in diameter could only temper his body a little. As for the grayish-white ball of light above his head, it was formed from 55 level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pills. During the refinement of these 55 heavenly Dao treasure pills, 5 types of connate medicinal ingredients were added: heavenly velvet, heavenly eye, heavenly liquid, heavenly crystal, and heavenly pill. 5 these connate medicinal ingredients all contained a trace of the power of the primordial laws. Just this point alone made him absolutely unafraid of the final bolt of tribulation lightning that struck down from the sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian curled his lips. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged straight towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At that moment, his emotions were in turmoil as he let out a long roar. He did not dodge, but instead, he charged forward amidst the roar. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Boom! Boom! The scene of the afterlife was too shocking. Within the extremely vast purple-gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying explosions resounded incessantly. Enormous bolts of lightning with a diameter of 300,000 m exploded and transformed into a sea of purple-gold lightning. Countless. The vast void that spanned 1 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the purplish-gold sea of lightning. The void trembled slightly, as though it could collapse at any moment. It was just a bolt of lightning, but it wreaked havoc for dozens of breaths. Then, the vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of the void completely disappeared. The vast void was thus cleared. In the darkness, there was an endless sense of tranquility, tribulation. The clouds dissipated and the sea of lightning was no longer visible. However, Yi Xian remained standing proudly in the dark void. A grayish-white ball of light hung above his head, and the 55 level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. And due to the lightning tribulation's baptism, the heavenly Dao aura emitted by each treasure pill had become purer and richer. This was a sign that the pill's medicinal effects had been enhanced to the point where they had reached their peak. Without a doubt, any Desolate Supremacy half-step Heavenly Dao Realm expert would be able to smoothly break through to the Heavenly Dao Realm in a short period of time after consuming one of the Heavenly Dao treasure pills, as long as there were no major accidents. It was as though it was a done deal. Screech! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. This Yi Xian had spent a total of a month refining a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill. During this month, the dark void he was in was extremely quiet. Separated by a distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers, the void gigantic tortoise, Lu Zhanke, and the hidden primordial Wuxia were in 3 different directions. They were like 3 legs of a tripod as they secretly protected him. During this period, the primordial Wuxia did not reveal himself. He had hidden himself in the void. As for the void gigantic tortoise, it had shrunk its massive body to about 5 million kilometers. It was as though it was in a deep slumber, quietly taking a nap in the void. As for Lu Zhanke, he remained in the form of a remnant expert dressed in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. He had hidden himself in another direction of the void and was silently lying in wait. However, he had never given up on his little scheme. On the 3rd day after Yi Xian entered the abandoned planet and entered seclusion to refine pills, Lu Zhanke had secretly sent a message using a special bloodline mystic technique of the devil-patterned blood deer race. The destination of this message was the fiend condor forbidden grounds that he had long calculated. Back in the Azure Chilan forbidden grounds, Yi Xian had killed the primordial mighty figure, an owl-headed condor at the perfected Tier 9 realm. It was the strongest person in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, a mixed-blood youngling at the late-stage Heavenly Dao realm. Because the reason he did this was because of Lu Zhangke's own greed. Although Yi Xian had promised that one of the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pills would belong to him after they were refined, Lu Zhangke was not satisfied. However, Lu Zhangke was clearly not satisfied with just one Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Such a Heavenly Dao treasure pill could only increase the chances of a successful breakthrough when attempting to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm. However, not every pill that was swallowed would guarantee a successful breakthrough. There was also a certain chance of failure. Once the first pill failed to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm, the second attempt would require at least 2 pills due to the increased difficulty. Desolate Supremacy had been at the perfected Tier 9 realm for a long time. He had been obsessed with the research of Heavenly Dao treasure pills because he was not confident in his bloodline and talent. However, similarly, Lu Zhangke's deep desire to step into the Heavenly Dao realm could be seen from how engrossed he was in the research of the Heavenly Dao treasure medicine. After all, his final goal in studying the Heavenly Dao treasure medicine was to make a breakthrough for himself. Therefore, just one Heavenly Dao treasure pill was not enough to satisfy him. He was not confident in his bloodline and talent. At the same time, he knew that this was his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, and the only Heavenly Dao treasure pill he had failed to allow him to successfully break through and enter the true Heavenly Dao realm, he believed that there would never be a similar opportunity in his life. Unfortunately, the primordial era had already descended. The next primordial era was about to begin, especially when the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain was imminent. Although up to now, no one knew the exact conditions for entering the Milky Way star domain. However, Lu Zhangke also hoped to enter and vie for the providence of the primordial era. It could be said that there was not much time left for him. No matter what, he had to smoothly break through and step into the true Heavenly Dao realm before the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain. It was because of these various reasons that Lu Zhangke decided to take the risk and join forces with the Arrow Plume Demon Condor to attack Yi Xian and snatch the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill from him. He was quite confident about this. On one hand, Yi Xian was an expert of the remnant people. On the other hand, he and the Arrow Plume Demon Condor were both astral beasts. They were closer to each other. Again, the Arrow Plume Demon Condor's young son had died at the hands of Yi Xian. Furthermore, he also had some peak desolate supremacies at the great perfection of the 9th stage under him. They also needed the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Again, although the primordial Yuxia and the void giant tortoise were extremely powerful, their combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Regarding their existence, Lu Zhangke had clearly stated in the message that the Arrow Plume Demon Condor would not come alone. Therefore, in Lu Zhangke's opinion, if there were no accidents, Yi Xian would not be able to escape this time. Chapter 5084. In the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds. In the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds was an extremely powerful place. It was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the deepest void of the Forbidden Grounds without warning screech. A remnant? An existence who dares to attack my youngest son is actually a remnant expert? It's fine if you escape, but since there's news, I'll definitely drag you out and burn your bones. Screech. At this moment, the one who let out the roar was the strongest expert in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, a supreme existence at the late-stage Heavenly Dao realm at the 7th stage. The Saroplume Fiend Condor was also Owl's biological father. Although Owl was only a mixed-blood descendant, he was still his youngest son. Furthermore, Arrowplume Fiend Condor was a late-stage Heavenly Dao realm existence at the 7th stage. His dignity was not to be offended. If someone dared to attack his descendant, even if Owl wasn't well-liked and was wandering outside, he wouldn't let the matter rest. At this moment, as his angry roar sounded, countless ferocious beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds were caught off guard and trembled in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Boom! At this moment, thunderclaps suddenly rang out from the depths of the forbidden land of the demonic condor. An enormous black demonic condor that was close to 100 million kilometers in length charged out of the void with an unstoppable force of wind and lightning. With the appearance of the strongest expert in the Forbidden Grounds, the entire Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds fell into a dead silence. There was not a single sound. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Next, in an instant, the black Fiend Condor that was nearly 100 million kilometers long instantly transformed into a tall remnant expert about 10 feet tall. His figure was extremely burly, and he wore a black robe. He had a black beard on his face and was an old man. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and he exuded an infinite domineering aura that looked down on all life. He was qualified because even the primeval heavens I was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for this arrow-plume Fiend Condor, it wasn't far from the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This matter, in fact, he was the same as the primeval heavens I, an embodiment of the heavenly Tao. In this primordial era, there was more than just the chaos world. This is at the beginning of the primordial era. There were 3 star source nests in the primordial void, giving birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. The chaos world was created by one of the demon gods. Although some of the other existences among the 3,000 demon gods had fallen and accomplished nothing, there were also many who, like the power demon god, had opened up different great worlds. Then, as the primordial era gradually declined and was about to dry up, the various great worlds also entered the Doomsday era. After entering the Doomsday era, all the great worlds were swallowed up by the endless void turbulence. The wills of the heavenly Tao in these large worlds, or the strongest experts, brought the living beings of these worlds to the primordial void. They lay dormant on both sides of the Milky Way, establishing the strongest forbidden lands and strongest star regions. That was how the supreme forbidden lands and the supreme star areas on both sides of the Milky Way star area came to be. As for the chaos world, it was only the last existence among the many great worlds in this primordial era that was heading towards the end of the world. Of course, there were differences in strength between these great worlds. The wills of the heavenly Tao, or the strongest experts, that came from the powerful great worlds were comparable to the primeval heavens I. For example, the arrow-plume Fiend Condor in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land was one such example. While the wills of the heavenly Tao and the strongest experts that came from the weaker great worlds were slightly weaker, but they were basically existences at the desolate supremacy level. For example, Lu Zhangke was actually the strongest expert that came from a weaker great world. However, although he had once ruled over a great world, Lu Zhangke was clearly unable to match existences like Arrow-Plume Fiend Condor or the primordial heavenly Tao's Azure Eye. He had never even stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. Yes, to a supreme existence that had once ruled a great world, it was a great humiliation to not even step into the heavenly Tao realm. This was also one of the reasons why he was so obsessed with the heavenly Tao realm. Roar! Roar! Screech! At that moment, as the arrow-plume Fiend Condor charged out of the cave abode star and transformed into a 10-foot-tall black-robed elder in the middle of the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land's stellar domain, there were shocking roars and screeches coming from the other 3 directions around the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. From the sounds, the owners of the 3 roars and screeches were clearly powerful heavenly Tao realm experts. This was to be expected. For the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land to occupy a stellar domain in the middle of the Milky Way's left bank, it was obvious how powerful the Arrow-Plume Fiend Condor's faction was. Although it was not considered one of the top 10 existences in the Milky Way's left bank, it was not far from the top 10. It was probably in the top 10, although the heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land was the Arrow-Plume Fiend Condor. He was not the only one. There were a total of 4 heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. First, previously, the message received by the Arrow-Cool Demon Condor had clearly stated that in addition to the mysterious survivor at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, there were 2 powerful ferocious astral beasts by his side. They were the famous Void Tortoise and Primordial Yuxia of the Great Wilderness World. This, although the 2 existences were only at the peak desolate supremacy realm at the 9th stage of perfection and had yet to truly step into the heavenly Tao realm, their true combat strength was enough to match the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Also, that was to say that in the dark stellar domain where Lu Zhangke was, there were 3 other heavenly Tao realm experts in the opposing faction apart from him. Also, it was for this reason that the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor made the decision to mobilize all the Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. Among the 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts, he was at the late-stage Heavenly Dao Realm at the 7th stage. It was more than enough to suppress the mysterious Heavenly Dao Realm expert at the 6th stage. As for the other 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, one was at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, one was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, and the last one was at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Once they arrived at the endless darkness at the end of both sides of the galaxy, the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor would first restrain the mysterious Heavenly Dao Realm expert at the 6th stage. Demon, the 2 powerful beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, were respectively at the 1st and 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. They would hold back the Void Tortoise and Primordial Wuxia respectively. The remaining mid-stage Heavenly Dao Realm existence would be able to take action in a short period of time, killing the Void Tortoise and Primordial Wuxia. As such, only one of the 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts was left in a short period of time. 6. His realm was at the peak of the mid-stage Heavenly Dao Realm. Although he wasn't easy to kill, he was fighting 1 against 4. Furthermore, the enemy faction had a late-stage Heavenly Dao like the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. His death was only a matter of time. There was no suspense at all. Forbidden Land. Roar! Roar! Screech! At that moment, as the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor rushed out of the cave abode star, it transformed into a black-robed elder about 10 feet tall in the middle of the Forbidden Land stellar domain. From the other 3 directions around the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, there were shocking roars and howls. The other 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land also rushed out of their respective lairs and cave abodes. These 3 beasts had different bloodlines and were of different races. However, they were about 10 million kilometers in size. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary as well. One was at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, one was at the 2nd stage, and the last was at the 4th stage. At that moment, the 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land were gathered. 2 were at the early stage, 1 was at the middle stage, and 1 was at the late stage. Could be said to be an extremely powerful lineup. There was still a certain distance to the Black Bank at the end of both sides of the galaxy. Even Heavenly Dao Realm experts would need some time to arrive. On the way there, they naturally couldn't reveal their massive bloodline true bodies. That would be too ostentatious. The 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts of the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land would be too eye-catching and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when the 3 Heavenly Dao Realm beasts rushed out of their respective lairs and gathered with the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor in the Forbidden Land Central Domain's void, they immediately transformed and put away their massive bloodline true bodies. Similarly, they transformed into the appearance of the Remnant experts. Cold at a glance, the 4 Remnant Elders standing in the void were clearly the 4 Remnant Elders. Although they had converged their cultivation auras, they gave off a feeling of rich lifeblood that left one trembling. The place we are heading to is the Dark Zone at the end of both sides of the galaxy. The Arrow Plume Fiend Condor glanced at the 3 Remnant Heavenly Dao Realm experts who had transformed into their beast forms. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said in a low, muffled voice, "The remnant who killed my youngest son is there. This person is at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. In addition, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Wuxia from the Primordial World are also there. Although these 2 old fellows have yet to step into the true Heavenly Dao Realm, their true combat strength is comparable to that of a 1st stage Heavenly Dao Realm expert. The one who sent the message is Lu Zhonka from the right bank. Although he is a beast, he is proficient in the remnant medicine. According to him, this 6th stage remnant is refining a Heavenly Dao treasure pill that can allow a peak desolate supremacy to smoothly step into the Heavenly Dao Realm in a short period of time after consuming it." At this point, the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor's tone suddenly changed. Lu Zhonka's request is to give him 3 Heavenly Dao treasure pills after he succeeds. In my Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, such Heavenly Dao treasure pills are equally important. Therefore, when the time comes, the 6th stage remnant cannot be allowed to escape no matter what. After everything was explained clearly, he didn't say anything else and suddenly waved his hand. Rip! At the next moment, a crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded and a spatial rift appeared in the void ahead. The dark-feathered deity Condor took the lead and stepped into it. The other 3 beast-transformed survivors didn't delay any longer and entered the spatial rift one after another. The 4 of them disappeared in an instant, silver, in the endless darkness at the right end of the 2 banks of the river. The refinement of the level 10 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was successful, and it successfully passed the pill tribulation. Now that the tribulation clouds had dissipated, the sea of lightning was no longer visible. But Yi Xian still stood proudly in the dark void. Above his head was a cluster of gray and white light. The 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. Moreover, due to the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Heavenly Tao aura emitted by the 55 Heavenly Tao treasure pills was purer and richer. This was a sign that the medicinal effects of the pills had been enhanced and had reached the peak. As long as any desolate supremacy or half-step Heavenly Tao realm expert at the perfection stage of the 9th stage consumed one of these pills, they would be able to smoothly break through to the Heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time without any major accidents. There was no longer any suspense. It was as though it was a done deal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Screech! One with a wave of his hand, the 55 Heavenly Tao treasure pills were put away. Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. This scene was seen by Lu Zhangke and the Void Tortoise, who were guarding the 2 sides of the void 100 billion kilometers away. Both of them were excited as their breathing quickened. Although they were still a distance away, they could determine the effects of the 55 Heavenly Tao treasure pills with a sweep of their divine perception based on the rich Heavenly Tao realm aura they emitted. No, they dared to say that they would definitely step into the Heavenly Tao realm after consuming the pills because everyone's talent, bloodline, and foundation were different. But even if 1 pill couldn't break through, 2 pills would do the trick. At most 3. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Zhangke's mind, he immediately became excited. What he had requested from the demonic arrow plume condor was precisely 3 treasure pellets. Right now, he had a total of 55 treasure pellets. If it was merely 3 treasure pellets, there would be no accidents. He would be able to obtain them. At that moment, his entire mind was consumed by greed. He was looking forward to arrow plume fiend condor's arrival. Rip! At that moment, the crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded 100 billion kilometers away. At the most critical moment, the 4 Heavenly Tao realm experts from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land had finally arrived. A crack appeared in the void, and 4 figures walked out from it. Roar! 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 With some hesitation, the moment they charged out of the void rift, Arrow Plume, Fiend Condor, and company powered the powers in their bodies. In a blink of an eye, their bodies expanded rapidly as 4 massive astral beasts appeared in the void. The 3 beasts were 10 million kilometers in size. The strongest among them, Arrow Plume Fiend Condor, was at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He had already stepped into the latter stages of the realm. The moment his bloodline true body appeared, his extremely powerful Heavenly Tao realm perception enveloped the dark void. Everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers seemed to be sealed. There was no way to escape through teleportation. Rip, hum. Almost at the same instant, another clear sound of ripping cloth sounded from the right side of the void. Following that was a deep buzzing sound. Looking over, the winged ancient Wuxia stood there silently, but its right arm was raised high in the air. A gigantic energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was knocked on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared. A sanguine beam flashed in his eyes. The powerful half-step Heavenly Tao realm aura in his body did not dissipate, but upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Roar! In another direction, the void behemoth's concealed figure suddenly appeared. Its body instantly expanded, but it did not push it to its limits. Otherwise, it would be even bigger than Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. Such as, he had yet to step into the true Heavenly Tao realm, so he was at a disadvantage. His overly massive body was disadvantageous for him in battle. In a blink of an eye, the dark void's atmosphere turned extremely stagnant. For Heavenly Tao realm beasts descended, but on Yi Xian's side, Lu Zhangke remained hidden by the side and did not appear. This was clearly a battle of the weak against the strong, a 3-on-4 situation. On the right side of the sky, the desolate ancient Wuxia with wings on its back stood there silently. A mysterious aura spread out like a raging river. He had already raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The bow's design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed beast. The 2 heads were facing up and down, and in the middle of the ferocious beast's mouths were the legs of 2 humanoid lifeforms. Furthermore, all of them had their mouths wide open, as though they were roaring. The 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures, which were obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together. This was none other than the most powerful divine power of the primordial Wuxia that was infamous in the primordial desolate universe. Skyfall Bow. Countless years ago, in the primordial desolate war, the primordial Wuxia, who was as powerful as the void behemoth and the golden divine dragon, had once used this powerful divine power to shoot a gigantic, irreparable hole in the primordial desolate universe. 1. It was just an arrow, but its might was truly overwhelming. Even the heavenly Tao's eye that represented the primordial heavenly Tao's will was nearly blasted down by that arrow. And at that moment, with the appearance of an energy arrow on the bowstring, the primordial Wuxia's aura suddenly turned intense. His eyes were bloodshot. A sanguine glint flashed in his eyes as the powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm aura in his body did not dissipate. Just a touch would suffuse him with an intense sense of danger. Primordial Wuxia? With a low buzzing sound, the dark-feathered demonic eagle, who had already shown his bloodline true body, turned around. With a touch of vigilance in his eyes, he said in a low voice with divine sense, "I have to say that your heaven-falling bow is indeed extraordinary. It is said that in the battle of the untainted land countless years ago, you almost shot the green eye of the untainted land down from the void. Unfortunately, you are ultimately too weak. Although your combat strength is comparable to a first-stage heavenly Tao, you have yet to truly step into that realm. If you were a true heavenly Tao realm expert, even if you were only at the 3rd-stage realm, a single arrow from you would have very likely perished. But now, at this point, the arrow-feathered demon condor didn't say anything else. A trace of disdain flashed through its eyes as it withdrew its gaze. It turned to Yi Xian and sized him up with interest. You're that daring 6th-level heavenly Tao? The existence that killed my son? Hand over the heavenly Tao treasure pill, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. You speak as if you are very powerful. Aren't you just a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert at the 7th-stage realm? Furthermore, you are about to perish. I really don't understand why you are so smug." Xian curled his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the gigantic arrow-feathered demon condor. Halfway through his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to the left and looked in the direction of the void where Lu Zhanke was hibernating. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his voice enveloped the void. "Come out. I know you are the one who lured me here. Don't play dumb. I really don't understand. I have already agreed to give you a treasure pill. Why are you still acting like this?" As his voice faded, Lu Zhanke's figure appeared in the void 100 billion miles to the left. However, it was not his bloodline true body. Instead, it was the form of an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. One treasure pill is not enough for this old man. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Lu Zhanke no longer had anything to worry about. He had already raised his vigilance and would not approach. Furthermore, the arrival of 4 heavenly Tao realm experts was a formless deterrent. He believed that Yi Xian would not dare act rashly. "I see. Then, I'll let you see the final outcome of this choice." Xian nodded and did not say much. He retracted his gaze from Lu Zhanke and swept it back to Arrow Plume Fiend. The primordial Wuxia has yet to step into the heavenly Tao realm. It's true that he can't kill you with the Skyfall Bow in his hands. But, what about me? Before his voice fell, he had already raised his left arm. The originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a large golden bow in the form of energy appeared. It was the supreme divine power, the Skyfall Bow. It was the same as the one in the primordial Yaksha's left hand. The only difference was that Yi Xian was in his human form. Therefore, his skyfall bow looked much smaller. However, the size of the bow did not affect such a powerful supreme divine power at all. Instead, due to his powerful sixth-stage Heavenly Tao realm cultivation base, the aura emanating from the miniature heavenly bow that appeared in his left hand was even more terrifying. Even the arrow-plumed demon condor felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His expression changed, and he exclaimed in horror, "Another fallen sky bow? That's impossible. Aren't you a remnant?" Whoosh! By the time his exclamation faded, an energy arrow had already appeared on the bowstring. Yi Xian's aura suddenly turned sharp as he silently released the bowstring with his right hand. A sharp sound that caused one's soul to tremble resounded. A golden beam of light shot out from the bow in Yi Xian's left arm and instantly disappeared. In less than a split second, it had already struck Arrow Plume Fiend's head. Pung! Everything happened too quickly. There was no suspense at all in the next scene. An earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant, in the face of the golden arrow that had teleported and appeared directly in front of him. The arrow-plumed demon condor had no time to react at all. It could only open its mouth slightly, and it didn't even have the chance to let out a shocking roar. Then, a majestic force rushed into his body, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Phew! At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the arrow-feathered demon eagle's enormous body and absorbing it into his body. This was the second Heavenly Tao blood essence he had obtained. Furthermore, it was obtained by killing a late-stage 7th-stage Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast. And all of this happened in an instant. Arrow Plume Fiend Eagle. It was like a dream. It appeared so unreal. Caught off guard, the 3 Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts that came with Arrow Plume Fiend were dumbfounded. Until Lu Zhangke, who was standing on the left side of the void, stared so hard that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No, what happened? Oni terrifying existence at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm was gone in the blink of an eye. This was simply a sin. He had calculated everything, but he never expected that Yi Xian, who was considered an expert of the remnant people, would actually wield the most powerful bloodline divine ability of the primordial Yaksha race, the Heaven-Falling Bow. One with a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Even a late-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert would be insta-killed if caught off guard. It was just an arrow. Caught off guard, Arrow Plume Fiend was instantly killed. The Heavenly Bow was just too powerful. Back in that battle of the primordial desolate era, the primordial Yaksha was only at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Yet, it was able to nearly shoot down the primordial Heavenly Tao Azuride, who was at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, Yi Xian was at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He was only 1 stage weaker than Arrow Plume Fiend. Furthermore, he had attacked while Arrow Plume Fiend was caught off guard. If he couldn't be insta-killed, the Heaven-Falling Bow wouldn't be worthy of being called the strongest bloodline divine ability. Following with Arrow Plume Fiend's death, the void fell into a brief silence. But, immediately following that, Lu Zhangke was the first to react. Without any hesitation, he turned tail and fled, taking advantage of the fact that there were still 3 powerful Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts blocking him. He had to escape as quickly as possible, until there was no longer any hope of obtaining the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. This was because the 3 early and mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts were unable to suppress Yi Xian. Are you trying to escape? Do you think you can still escape? Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Splash! His figure disappeared. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, and the sound of water splashing could be heard from the space where he was originally standing. Yi Xian's entire body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next instant, From 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and violent howls rang out. In the blink of an eye, 3 enormous figures rose from the ground in the boundless sea of blood. They were none other than the 3 primordial demon ape bodies. Split apart from the body of flesh and blood, it was the primordial demon ape. There was also the skeletal body without any flesh or blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Finally, there was the body of Black Fog. Although it was in the form of a violent ape, its body was a shroud of black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 shrouds of purple light. It looked extremely strange. In a short span of time, the 3 blood sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But this clearly wasn't the end. Whoosh! As the figure appeared, one of the 3 primordial demon ape avatars, the violent ape, waved its hand. With a sharp sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. It expanded with the wind, and in a blink of an eye, it was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. It was none other than the Empyrean beast at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In a blink of an eye, the situation on the battlefield had reversed. The 3 blood sea avatars, the Empyrean beast, the void gigantic turtle, and the primordial Wuxia. On Yi Xian's side, there were already 6 supreme existences that had reached the heavenly Tao realm. While on the side from the fiend Condor Forbidden Land, there were 4 previously, but now there were only 3 left. The situation suddenly became 6 against 3. This was completely melodramatic. The 3 heavenly Tao beasts in the distant void nearly vomited blood. They even suffered internal injuries from holding back their anger and indignation. This was King bullying. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have rushed over to their deaths after being kicked in the head by a dog. Previously, when the arrow plume fiend Condor was killed by a single arrow, the 3 of them were shocked and appalled. However, they were far from panicking. This was because they did not believe that they would perish here today. Although, it was already impossible to do anything, and they had even lost a powerful late-stage heavenly Tao at the 7th stage, the final outcome was to turn around and leave unwillingly. Although the other party had 3 people, the mysterious expert at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already used the Heaven-Fallen Bao once. His strength was in a depleted state. Not only was he unable to use this supreme divine power again, but he was also powerless to stop them and forcefully hold them back. As for the void gigantic turtle, it was completely ignored. Its combat strength was only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was impossible for the weakest of the 3 to be held back. Although the Heaven-Fallen Bao in the primordial Wuxia's hand was a threat, they were already prepared. Even if the arrow was shot, they could still dodge it. However, in fact, the primordial Wuxia had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Although the Heaven-Fallen Bao was powerful, it might not be able to kill a heavenly Tao realm expert when used by him. Therefore, it was basically just a form of deterrence. Under such circumstances, the 3 of them could easily leave at any time. They naturally did not feel threatened. All they felt was indignation and resentment. But now things were different, right? There were only 3 of them, but now there were 6 of them. As for the mechanical war beast, it was still fine. It was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was neither weak nor strong, so it might not be able to hold them back. However, the 3 demonic ape avatars in the vast blood sea were troublesome. The violent ape's aura was somewhat weak. This was likely the true body that had used the Heaven-Fallen Bao. Ignoring him, the other 2 skeleton avatars and the Black Fog avatar were at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Their auras were extremely focused. In a 3-on-3 situation, once they were surrounded, with the primordial Wuxia glaring at them with the Heaven-Fallen Bao, as well as 3 6th-stage heavenly Tao realm existences, 1 weak and 2 strong, attacking them head-on. It was almost impossible for the 3 of them to escape wretchedly, much less leave easily. Roar! Screech! Screech! With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts from the fiend Condor Forbidden Land trembled as they finally snapped back to their senses. Everyone, after raising their heads and roaring angrily, they turned around at the same time and shot off into the distance. They wanted to escape before the enemy camp took action. It's too late for you to leave now. Upon seeing this scene, Yixian curled his lips. At the same time, the violent ape suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! A 9-colored beam shot out and expanded with the wind. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a boundless 9-colored sea of flames. It was so fast that it blocked the path of the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts. Immediately following that, before they could react, the boundless 9-colored sea of flames closed up, transforming into a circular fireball hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter. The fireball's interior is hollow. The 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were attempting to escape are now trapped inside. Roar! Screech! There was no need for the void gigantic tortoise or the primordial Wuxia to take action. The autarch beast was the first to charge into the fireball. At the same time, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar raised their heads and roared angrily as they charged forward. At the same time, the instant before the skeleton avatar entered the sea of flames, an extremely ancient cauldron appeared in its right hand. As for the black fog avatar, a huge black club appeared in its right hand. At that moment, the violent ape turned to look at Lu Zhangke, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly gave chase. Lu Zhangke happened to turn his head as well, taking in everything that was happening behind him. His body trembled violently as his expression changed drastically as he drew a cold gasp. But there was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea secret technique? Farmer God treasure cauldron? And that big-headed black stick. Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. Chapter 5085. In the dark zone, the violent ape turned to look at Lu Zhangke, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly chased after him. At this moment, the latter happened to turn around and take in everything behind him. His body suddenly shook violently as his expression changed dramatically. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea secret technique? Farmer God treasure cauldron? And that big-headed black club? Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. At that moment he finally understood everything, but his intestines turned green with regret. Although Lu Zhangke had never seen the violent ape from back then, he had heard of the violent ape's shocking battle results after coming out of hibernation. No, that was wrong. Back then, the raging ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the galaxy's right bank. It was incomparable to the void tortoise that had stirred up fear on both sides of the galaxy before old Free Kuang Zun and supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm appeared. However, in fact, in Lu Zhangke's opinion, the ferocity and monstrous level of the violent ape back then were far above the void tortoise. When the void tortoise appeared in the Milky Way stellar domain and wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way, it made everyone in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains panic. Few desolate supremacies had appeared in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains, much less supreme heavenly Tao realm existences. However, back then, the void tortoise was already a perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy the moment it appeared, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. The few desolate supremacies that it killed were all inferior to it in terms of cultivation level. The strongest was only a late-stage stage 7 desolate supremacy. After the void tortoise killed a few desolate supremacies, the remaining desolate supremacies that had appeared were no match for it as none of them had reached the perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy. Therefore, they hurriedly left and hid in the unknown void. This created the void tortoise's supreme might. Just by itself, it stirred up the winds and cranes on both sides of the Milky Way. However, in fact, the void giant tortoise really couldn't compare to the starry sky violent ape that had appeared before it. Even though the cosmic violent ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the Milky Way's right bank, it had always been the weaker party that launched counterattacks. Not only that, but the more it fought, the stronger it became. It advanced triumphantly all the way, and the speed of its cultivation advancement was simply astounding. It was said that when the space berserk ape was first noticed, he was only an emperor-level undying. Back then, he was already hunting emperors everywhere, Even a few early emperors had fallen at his hands, however. This time, the space berserk ape was only at emperor level. In a short time, the targets he hunted went from emperors to emperors, then universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes. Soon, he started hunting for universe emperors, universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes. In just a dozen years, he began to hunt down almighty beings of the primordial era. At that time, his cultivation base had reached the primordial era. Not only was the speed of his advancement unheard of, but from then on, he was even able to kill one or two almighty beings of the primordial era. During the period when it was wreaking havoc in the left corner of the right bank of the Milky Way, the ferocious starry sky ape had encountered more than one situation where it had to face a few or even a dozen existences of the same level or even stronger existences by itself. However, every time he was able to turn danger into safety. Even those powerful existences who were full of confidence in surrounding and hunting him, even if they were stronger than him by an entire realm, were all killed without exception in the end. This ferocious ape was too monstrous. Even the Shinong Cauldron, a primordial supreme treasure of the great wasteland world, had fallen into his hands. In addition, he also had a primordial supreme treasure, the big-headed black stick, which was famous for its ferocity. He also had the Shinong nine-colored flame, which even the old monster Huang Zun had to be wary of and avoid. As for his bloodline power, not only did he have the Blood Sea technique, but he could also form 3 Blood Sea bodies that were identical to his original body in an instant. Even more so, as for the sky-falling bow, he had even mastered the supreme bloodline power of the primordial Yuxia. There were even rumors in the outside world that his true cultivation base was actually far from being as strong as it was when he fought in the outside world. Instead, it was an entire realm lower. This was because he had grasped a powerful bloodline divine ability, and when he used it, he could instantly raise his cultivation base by an entire realm. Moreover, there was no time limit to this kind of instantaneous increase in cultivation base. Lu Zhanke had heard about all of this. In his opinion, when it came to monstrous means and cruel temperament, the giant void tortoise was far from comparable to him. Yes, the starry sky ferocious ape that had once left behind an epic legend in the starry sky on the left bank of the Milky Way had vanished without a trace many years ago. No one knew where it had gone. According to the guesses of the outside world, perhaps it had perished. Thus, Lu Zhanke had never imagined that he would one day encounter such a monstrous starry sky berserk ape. He had also never thought that he would feel an unprecedented sense of danger under the shroud of the other party's powerful strength. However, all of this had now happened. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian use the heaven-falling bow and the Blood Sea secret technique to condense 3 Blood Sea clones, as well as the appearance of the Shinong Cauldron and the big head black rod, he instantly understood the other party's identity. At the same time, because he understood the other party's identity, Lu Zhanke suddenly had an even more shocking guess. At that moment, as he looked back and cried out in alarm, despair flashed in Lu Zhanke's eyes. As though he was unwilling to accept this, he said again, "Berserk Ape, you are not a true Heavenly Tao Realm expert. Your cultivation base of Heavenly Tao Realm Level 6 was forcefully raised by some kind of heaven-defying secret technique. Is this the truth?" "Congratulations, you guessed right." "Yes." Yi Xian had no intention of hiding anything from Lu Zhanke's question, because in his eyes, the other party was already a dead man. Yi Xian curled his lips. At that moment, he was still walking slowly in the void. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, in fact, he was extremely fast. Lu Zhanke had already pushed his level 9 perfection desolate supremacy cultivation base to the limit. Could even be said that he had used all his strength to run for his life. Although moreover, he'd been running for so long. But now, Yi Xian seemed to be strolling leisurely behind him. In just a few breaths of time, he'd already approached the void that was billions of kilometers behind him. Less than billions of kilometers was a distance that could be considered close combat for a level 6 Heavenly Tao Realm expert. A casual strike could easily hit the other party. TCH, it's time to end this. He's just a half-step Heavenly Tao with a sinister mind. Yi Xian thought nothing of him and had never looked him in the eye. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom! As the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Zhangke, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom. As the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Zhangke, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. Screech. This old man can't accept this. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Zhangke's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, revealing his endless unwillingness. After all, he was a peak level 9 perfection Desolate Supremacy, which was also a half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, he had been in this realm for many years. His cultivation base had long been consolidated and extremely stable. But today he had perished at the hands of a level 5 Desolate Supremacy Berserk Ape. Thinking back to the various hardships he had gone through over the endless years, he had finally stepped into the half-step Heavenly Tao realm with great difficulty. He even saw the hope of stepping into the true Heavenly Tao realm right in front of him. However, all of this was like a dream. In an instant, it would be reduced to nothingness. Dust to dust, dust to dust. After perishing, the return to ruins would be the final annihilation. Bang! There was no suspense in the next scene. Everything happened too quickly. As Berserk Ape attacked, even though it was tens of billions of miles away, an earth-shattering boom could be heard in an instant. Lu Zhangke could not resist such a terrifying power. In fact, he did not even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before he could finish letting out an earth-shattering roar, a majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Huff! Whoosh! At the same time, Berserk Ape waved his hand. Following the whistling of a gale, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of Lu Zhangke's huge body swept over and absorbed it into his body. The Desolate Supremacy blood essence in his hand had been completely consumed, turning into 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao pellets. This was the first Desolate Supremacy blood essence he had collected. Even if he did not refine the Heavenly Tao pellets, it would still be of great help to him if he consumed it as a cultivation resource. After all, this was obtained from killing a powerful Desolate Supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage. It could be said to be extremely precious. Same as at the same time, there were 4 Heavenly Velvet tassels. Previously, Lu Zhangke had said that he had 4 Heavenly Velvet tassels. 2 had been given to Yi Xian as an apology gift, so there should be 2 more. But now, there were 4 Heavenly Velvet tassels shooting over. It meant that this old fellow was not honest from the beginning. He appeared to be honest and gentle, but in fact, he was sinister and even ruthless. He was not a good person. He deserved to be killed. This was a good thing. Although Yi Xian already had 55 Heavenly Tao treasure pills in his possession, if nothing unexpected happened, there was no need for him to refine more. After all, it was impossible for Heavenly Tao realm experts to be like cabbages on the streets. However, in the primordial chaos, the Heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest cultivation level. Above the Heavenly Tao realm, there were even more powerful realms. Heaven's the perfect pill formula for the Tao treasure pill was already so difficult to deduce. If not for Lu Zhangke's idea of using the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst, Yi Xian might not have had the confidence to immediately begin the refinement. Even if he gritted his teeth and attempted the refinement, the final outcome was very likely to be failure. That would be a huge loss. All the Desolate Supremacy blood essence in his hands would be destroyed. That would drive him crazy. However, from this point of view, the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst could be said to be extremely important. In the future, in order to break through to an even more powerful cultivation level after the Heavenly Tao realm, Yi Xian would very likely refine an even more powerful level 31 treasure pill. Although he did not know what realm came after the Heavenly Tao realm, he could not even confirm the name of the level 31 treasure pill. But one thing was certain, and that was that if he were to refine this kind of level 31 treasure pill, The perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would very likely also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, and even more elements would have to be added. Therefore, it was very likely that the perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and even more elements. Therefore, the 4 heavenly velvet needles that he had just obtained were extremely precious. It would be difficult to find them again in the future. Now that he still had them, he had to treasure them well in case he needed them. Otherwise, it would be too late to cry if they were gone when I really needed them in the future. It seems like I have to get a few more heavenly pills from Old Tortoise. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian flipped his hand and put the 4 heavenly velvet needles into his undying world. Then, as he muttered softly, he turned around and looked behind him. On the other side, the gigantic fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames was still there. From time to time, there would be shocking roars of anger and ruthless roars coming from it. There were also thunderous rumbles. Very obviously, a great battle had already broken out inside, but the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yakshas did not join in. Without Yi Xian's help, they would not be able to safely pass through the 9-colored fireball and enter the inner space. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured. He was in no hurry to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill because the battle had yet to end. The Void Tortoise was probably more anxious than him about this matter. After the battle ended, it would definitely take the initiative to ask Yi Xian for a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill. And he wasn't the only one. It was the same for the desolate ancient Yakshas. The 2 old fogies had long wished to step into the true heavenly Dao realm, but they lacked confidence. Furthermore, they had yet to recover from their injuries. Now that the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill that could help them was right in front of them, it would be strange if they did not ask for it. When the time came, it would be the best time for Yi Xian to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill. And now it was best to deal with the 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts in the 9-colored fireball first. Now, apart from the 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts that came with the arrow plume fiend condor, Yi Xian was also battling the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar of the devil ape's 3 avatars. Apart from them, there was the Empyrean beast. The Empyrean beast was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was of little use and could only restrain one of the beasts. As for the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar, although they were powerful existences at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, one of the 3 beasts was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would probably take some time even if the other party was trapped in the 9-colored fireball. And the reason why the battle was so intense was because it was 3 against 3. Yi Xian's faction held the advantage, but it wasn't an absolute suppression. However, this didn't matter. Ignoring the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yakshas, there was still the Devil Ape's avatar outside the 9-colored fireball. It was also Raging Ape's true body. As long as he joined the fray, the battle situation inside the 9-colored fireball would instantly change. After killing 1 heavenly Dao realm beast in a short period of time, the remaining 2 would quickly perish one after another. Phew! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Raging Ape no longer hesitated. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his massive body instantly transformed into a beam of light. He was shockingly fast, and in a blink of an eye, he had already charged into the 9-colored fireball. Boom! Rumble! Roar! Roar! Inside the 9-colored fireball, the battle was in full swing. The 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts that accompanied the arrow plume fiend condor were completely suppressed. On Yi Xian's side, the Empyrean beast's cultivation level was the weakest. It was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, and the one fighting it was the weakest of the 3. It was only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Dao realm. The difference in cultivation level between the 2 was only 1 stage. Therefore, although the Empyrean beast held the absolute advantage, it wasn't enough to overwhelm it. The 2 figures occupied a corner of the 9-colored fireball's interior as they exchanged blows. It was a delightful battle. However, the intense battle at the heavenly Dao realm had escalated to the point of life and death. The auras were just too intense. If not for the 9-colored fireball restraining the raging and chaotic auras within, the scene outside would have been unimaginable. In the other 2 regions of the fireball's interior, The skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar each occupied the other two heavenly Tao beasts. The situation in the two regions was completely different. The skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar had the same cultivation level as Yi Xian. Furthermore, they were in the same state as him when he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power and cast the 9th transformation. They were at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. As for the two Heavenly Tao beasts, one was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. The difference was too great and they were far from being his match. Now, not only had they lost their advantage, they had even fallen into a predicament of being completely suppressed. The 4th stage Heavenly Tao was slightly better. After all, it was the same as the Black Fog Avatar. They were both at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. However, one was at the early stage while the other was at the peak of the mid-stage. Although it was in a suppressed state, it was temporarily fine. As for the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao realm beast, it was fighting the skeleton avatar alone. In a short period of time, it was already covered in injuries. However, a 2nd stage Heavenly Tao realm existence was far from useless. Although it was no match for it and was even being suppressed, it was still impossible for the skeleton avatar to completely obliterate it in a short period of time. Shoo! It was under such circumstances that the raging ape's figure charged in from outside the 9-colored fireball. It scanned the situation of the 3 battlefields inside the fireball and immediately, a cold glint flashed in its eyes as it charged at the skeleton avatar. Screech! The 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast naturally knew what was about to happen. His heart palpitated as it immediately screamed. It realized that death was about to befall it, but unfortunately, there was nothing it could do to change it. Pong! Everything happened too quickly. As the raging ape attacked, it threw a punch across the air. The skeleton avatar also approached in an instant. The inverted Shinong cauldron in its right hand was like the flipping sky seal as it slammed down on the head of the Class 2 dire beast. The result of the joint attack of 2 Heavenly Tao Realm 6 was obvious. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom resounded. Face the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast could not resist such a terrifying power at all. Originally he was already heavily injured. Under this attack, he didn't even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before the earth-shattering roar from his mouth had finished, a wave of majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. It was too much. Soon, the violent force raged as the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast's entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Shoo! In the next instant, the raging ape waved its hand. With the sound of a howling wind, a majestic force whizzed out. The Class 2 dire beast's massive body burst into a majestic blood mist that swept over and absorbed it into his body, until he now had 3 Heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession. However, this was far from the end. Could even be said that this was just the beginning. After killing the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast with one strike, the raging ape retracted its hand. Together with the skeleton avatar, it turned to look at the 4th stage Heavenly Tao beast in another direction. At this moment, the black fog avatar holding the big-headed black cudgel was swinging the black cudgel high above its head, smashing it down on the 4th stage Heavenly Tao beast's head. If it were a moment ago, the 4th stage Heavenly Tao beast would have had the ability to dodge the strike. After all, it was also at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. However, at this moment, as the Class 2 ferocious beast fell in an instant, the raging ape and the skeleton clone that had killed it also turned to look at him. Their auras locked onto him, and in an instant, half of his soul was scared out of his body. These were peak Heavenly Tao realm existences at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. It would have been fine if it was just one of them, but with 3 of them joining forces, there was no way it could withstand a single strike. It was certain to perish. At that moment, his heart was shrouded by the shadow of death. The only outcome was to accelerate the process of his death. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, the raging ape and skeleton avatar's bodies flashed as they teleported and appeared not far from the 4th stage Heavenly Tao beast. Together with the black fog avatar, they formed a tripartite confrontation. The former struck out with a punch while the farmer god cauldron in the latter's hand smashed out like the Empyrean seal once again. 3 heavenly Tao realm existences were attacking with all their strength at the same moment. The final outcome was needless to say. There was no suspense. Bang! With the 3 of them attacking at the same time, the majestic and endless power smashed into the body of the Class 4 dire beast, and an earth-shattering roar sounded in an instant. In the face of 3 such terrifying roars of power, even a Class 4 dire beast could not resist at all. First, previously, the second stage Heavenly Tao Beast had let out an earth-shattering roar, but now, this 4th stage Heavenly Tao Beast only opened its mouth slightly and a majestic power rushed into its body. In an instant, as the violent power raged out, the entire body of the Class 4 ferocious beast exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that shrouded a corner of the void. With a wave of the Bao Yuan's hand, a gust of wind was stirred up, and the majestic power whistled out, sweeping up the bloody mist that was formed from the explosion of the ferocious beast into the Bao Yuan's body. At that moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 4. However, this was still not the end, but it was already very close. This was because the remaining first stage Heavenly Tao Beast could not move at all, nor could it stir up any waves. Screech! Bang! At the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars turned around at the same time and approached the first stage Heavenly Tao Beast that was entangled with the Empyrean Beast. It was instantly frightened out of its wits. At this moment, an unprecedentedly strong shadow of death had completely enveloped his entire mind. It was in despair and even lost the thought of resisting. After raising its head and letting out a roar, the first stage Heavenly Tao Beast chose to self-destruct. Since it was only a matter of time before it died, rather than face 4 powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences alone, with 3 of them being at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, resulting in it being tortured to death, it was better to end it quickly. Phew! However, this was good as well. It saved Yi Xian the trouble. Upon seeing the blood mist disperse, the raging ape immediately waved its hand and swept it into its body. Until, at that moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 5. It was over. Following, with the 3 Blood Sea avatars and the Empyrean Beasts quartet attacking, the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts that came with the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor were all killed without exception. Because of this, Yi Xian once again obtained 3 heavenly Tao blood essences. Currently, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession had reached 5, and he had unexpectedly obtained 4 heavenly Tao blood essences in this battle. This kind of resource was very precious and rarely seen. Yi Xian always felt that if he kept it in his hands, it would definitely be of great use in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he once again thought of the heaven pellet in the hands of the void giant turtle. In an instant, a playful smile appeared on the corner of the violent ape's mouth. This time, he would definitely obtain the heaven pill, and there definitely wouldn't be the slightest bit of suspense, because the void tortoise's life gate was currently in his hands. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, the 200 million mile-long emperor beast turned into a streak of light and was put away by Bao Yuan. Walala! Xiao! Following that, after calming down his excited emotions, a dark light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. With a thought, the Black Fog avatar and the Skeleton avatar instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. Suddenly, it condensed into a point and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it entered his glabella and disappeared. At the same time, the 9-colored fireball that enveloped nearly 100 billion kilometers of void instantly dispersed, turning into a vast sea of blood. In less than half a breath, it also condensed into a point and rushed into Yi Xian's glabella, disappearing in a flash. At this point, in this vast dark void that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away, Yi Xian was the only one left in the form of a violent ape. The 4 heavenly Tao beasts from the demonic Condor Forbidden Land were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time after Bao Yuan rushed into the 9-colored fireball. Just like that, even the majestic blood mist formed after their bodies exploded was taken away. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. This scene was truly shocking and shocking. Even the eyes of the Void Tortoise and the primordial Yaksha, who were standing in the dark void 100 billion kilometers away, who could be said to be knowledgeable and had lived from the distant primordial era to the present, couldn't help but focus because of this. They knew that Yi Xian's current cultivation level was only at the desolate supremacy realm, so they didn't underestimate him previously. However, they might not necessarily treat him as an existence on the same level as them. But now, through that battle, the Void Tortoise and primordial Yaksha finally realized how powerful Yi Xian was. The Empyrean Beast and the 3 Blood Sea avatars represented the supreme combat strength of 4 heavenly Tao realm existences. If they were the opponents, the final outcome would probably be the same, even if the Void Tortoise and primordial Yaksha still had more powerful divine powers that they had yet to use. Although they had the combat strength of the heavenly Tao realm, they were only at the first stage of the realm. Against the all-out assault of 4 heavenly Tao realm experts, 3 of which were at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and the help of a heaven-defying object like the 9-colored fireball. Even if it was them, they would definitely die. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the Void Tortoise and primordial Yaksha finally officially treated Yi Xian as an existence on the same level as them. They felt wistful. After all, according to what they knew, when the heavenly Tao nascent soul corpse first encountered Yi Xian, he was extremely weak, not even comparable to an ant. In a short period of time, he had grown to such a stage. Just imagining the hardships and dangers involved naturally made them feel emotional. However, from a certain point of view, Yi Xian could be considered their disciple and successor. After all, Yi Xian had grasped the Void Tortoise's ancient cave void art and the primordial Yaksha's supreme bloodline divine power, heaven-falling bow. Furthermore, they were extremely profound. Being able to have such a monstrous and heaven-defying descendant was not a bad thing. It was also a blessing. With this thought in mind, the 2 old men's eyes immediately softened. Previously, they had barely treated Yi Xian as an existence on the same level as them because of the heavenly Tao nascent soul corpse. But now, they had truly acknowledged Yi Xian. Sorry for the long wait. After Yi Xian finished everything, he walked over step by step in the air from afar. He had already used a secret blood technique to remove his violent ape form and return to his original form. The Void Tortoise and the primordial Yaksha were huge in size, especially the former. In comparison, when Yi Xian, who had a human body, stood next to him, it was as if he was a speck of dust that corresponded to a gigantic giant star. In addition, the aura of his cultivation was completely restrained, so he might not be able to notice it at a glance. However, the Void Tortoise and the primordial Yaksha clearly did not underestimate Yi Xian at all. They immediately responded and nodded at him. Originally, I only wanted 2 heavenly Tao treasured pills. I didn't expect you to be so shockingly generous. In one refinement, you actually produced 55 heavenly Tao treasured pills. As Yi Xian walked over, the voice of the Void Tortoise's divine sense also sounded. Compared to before, it was clearly much more intimate. So, this time you might have to be mentally prepared. The heavenly Tao treasured pills that the 2 of us will ask for from you will not be a small number. That's right. There are many existences under the infant corpse that urgently need this item like the 2 of us. For example, the golden divine dragon that you are familiar with. Yi Xian's consciousness was even a little flattered. This time, as soon as the voice of the Void Tortoise's divine sense fell, the primordial Yaksha, who had always been cold and had never communicated with Yi Xian, actually also sent him a divine sense voice. And his tone was surprisingly good. However, after being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. If the primordial Yaksha hadn't mentioned the golden divine dragon, he probably would have flatly refused on the spot. For these 2 old geezers to remind him to be mentally prepared before speaking, how could it be a small number? These were level 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills. Yi Xian had been preparing the ingredients for so long, and this was only his first refinement. Although it was a huge surprise to have 55 pills in one go, in Yi Xian's opinion, unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't refine this kind of heavenly Tao treasured pill again. At the very least, the 5 elemental catalysts were a big problem. Even if he still had the 4 heavenly velvet needles, and the Void Tortoise's heavenly pill wouldn't be a problem, but what about the other 5 elemental catalysts of the metal, water, and fire attributes? Where could he find them? He originally thought that the 55 level 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills would be enough for him to use no matter what. But now, it seemed that the pills hadn't even warmed up in his hands yet, and someone had already set their sights on them. This time, if he nodded and agreed, he would clearly suffer heavy losses. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became more vigilant. Like a local tycoon sizing up a bandit who came to borrow money, he sized up the void tortoise and the primordial yaksha several times. Only then did he cautiously ask, "You, how much do you want? Let's make this clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave." He clearly had the intention to negotiate. The void tortoise and the primordial yaksha exchanged glances, then grinned. Chapter 5086. Although Yi Xian realized that he might suffer a heavy loss this time, for the sake of the headless baby corpse, he had no choice but to quickly make a decision. "Look," he glanced at the two old men opposite him and carefully asked, "How many do you want? Let's make it clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave." Hearing what he said, it was clear that he had the intention to negotiate. The void tortoise and the ancient yaksha exchanged a look and then grinned. In an instant, the two old men's divine sense voices sounded. "Actually, it's not a lot. At least compared to the 55 heavenly path pellets you have, it's definitely not a lot. Let's be frank, we need 20 pellets. That's right, including us, there are 13 people who need a heavenly path pellet. The remaining 7 are spares. After all, there are a few old friends who still need a heavenly path pellet to fully recover from their injuries. 20? That's impossible." Hearing this, Yi Xian was so shocked that he jumped up in the void on the spot and directly refused. What a joke, he only had 55 level 30 heavenly path pellets in total. The number of 20 was almost 40%. It was more than a third. How could it be called a heavy loss? It was simply robbery. It had far exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. 10 at most. After jumping a few times, Yi Xian did not wait for the void tortoise and the ancient yaksha to speak again and immediately said his bottom line. With a serious face, it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. "Not one more pellet. If you agree, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll turn around and leave." "You're too stingy. 20 treasure pills are only equivalent to 1/3 of what you have," Su Su said. The void tortoise was obviously not satisfied and continued in a low muffled voice. "Besides, looking at the materials you used before, there are only about 40 Baron Supremacy blood essences, but there are 55 heavenly path pellets out of the furnace. More than that, it can be seen that 1 desolate Supremacy blood essence is enough to refine a heavenly Tao treasure pill. If that's the case, if you need it again in the future, you can just refine it again. After all, you have the 9-colored flame, so you don't lack any refining conditions. This is really good guidance. Even Yi Xian's second batch of pills in the future has been thought out for him. No wonder he asked for 20 pills right off the bat. He's basically treating Yi Xian like a heavenly hen that can lay precious pill eggs." "It's easy for you to say." A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. He immediately rolled his eyes and refuted. "Even if I can refine a second furnace, where are the materials? Let's not talk about the desolate Supreme's blood essence. After all, if you put in a bit of effort, you can still obtain it. It's not too difficult, but don't forget about the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. Lu Zhanka was killed just now. I'm sure all of you have seen it. I did obtain 4 pieces of heavenly velvet grass from his body. However, that was only the wood seed's origin of the 5 elements seed. The other 4 5 elements seed are still missing. This kind of thing is not easy to find. At the very least, I don't have any clues. Although you definitely have more heavenly pills, which are the earth element medicinal catalyst, the old guy who obtained the fire element, water element, and metal element medicinal catalyst has been killed by me. Where else can I find it?" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the void tortoise did not hesitate at all. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 4 yellow rays of light shot out from his body. The rays of light shot over, bringing with them an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, they abruptly stopped in front of Yi Xian. They were 4 crystals the size of a head. They were earthy yellow and emitted an incomparably thick and solid aura. It was the earth element medicinal catalyst that Yi Xian needed. It was also the heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. Previously, it had given Yi Xian one. Now, without waiting for Yi Xian to ask for it, the void tortoise took the initiative to give him 4 more. It was obvious that the void tortoise had quite a number of such items in its body. Even if it was not a lot, there was definitely more other than these 4. Of course, this item was equally important to him. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within his body. However, on the one hand, there was clearly more than one such heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. On the other hand, compared to the 20 heavenly Tao treasured pills that could help him, the primordial Yuxia, the golden divine dragon, and the other old fellow successfully break through to the true heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Furthermore, he gave away 4 of them at once. Seeing this, Yi Xian was taken aback by his generosity. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, this item was clearly equally important to the void tortoise. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within its body. While he was about to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, he had already given him 1 heavenly pill, and now he was giving him another 4. As such, it would definitely affect his impending breakthrough. Now, you even have the Earth Guidance Essence. Yi Xian was taken aback when he saw the 4 heavenly pills floating in front of him. The void tortoise's voice quickly sounded once again. As for the other 3 water guidance, fire guidance, and metal guidance essences, although the 3 beasts have been killed by you, it's not impossible to find similar treasured herbs. The so-called 5 elemental herbs only require 5 Khanate origins treasured herbs that match the 5 elemental properties. There are quite a number of Khanate origins beasts in the primordial chaos void. Similarly, there are many existences with Khanate origins treasured herbs in their bodies. Of course, they all have different properties. To find the other 3 Khanate origins treasured herbs with water, fire, and metal attributes is indeed not easy. However, it's not completely impossible. At the very least, I know of 2 Khanate origins beasts with fire guidance and metal guidance essences. Although they are existences at the heavenly Tao realm, they are only at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It won't be difficult for you. Whoosh! At this point, another beam of light shot out from the void tortoise's body, heading straight for Yi Xian. This time, it was naturally not a heavenly pill. To be precise, the beam of light was an information blob. It contained the detailed information of the 2 heavenly Tao realm beasts that the void gigantic tortoise had mentioned. It included their cultivation levels, as well as the location of the forbidden zone they presided over, and so on. But, in other words, once he grasped the information in this light ball, he would basically have the fire guidance and metal guidance essences in his hands. The only thing missing from the 5 elemental essences was the water guidance essence. The void tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20 level 30 heavenly Tao pills that the void tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he rolled his eyes and put away the 4 heaven core pills and the information light cluster in front of him. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant, 20 rays of light blasted toward the void giant tortoise in the opposite void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and put away the 4 heavenly pills and the information ball of light in front of him. With a wave of his hand, 20 beams of light shot towards the void tortoise in front of him. The void tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20 level 30 heavenly Tao pills that the void tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. It would be a lie to say that his heart didn't ache when he gave away 20 level 30 heavenly Tao pills just like that. However, at this point, it wouldn't be right if he didn't let go. That's more like it. Seeing the 20 heavenly Tao pills shooting towards him, the void tortoise immediately waved its claws and kept them. Next, then it continued, "By the way, you might not know, but the end of the primordial world has arrived. Not long ago, the primordial world was formed from the fusion of countless void fragments. Now, the heavenly Tao laws have collapsed and have been devoured by the endless void turbulence. As for the countless living beings in the primordial world, they have been brought into the primordial world by the primeval heaven's eye. Not long ago, they had just settled down in a star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way. That stellar domain has already changed owners. It has been named a primordial forbidden land. The strongest person presiding over it is the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed. Apart from that, there are more than 10 heavenly Tao realm generals under him. In this primordial world, the primordial world is the last great world to collapse. Therefore, the new primordial world is about to begin. Before the new primordial world fully begins, the Milky Way star domain will be open to all living beings who meet the conditions, regardless of which great world they are from, to enter and vie for the primordial world's light from providence in the next great era. That fellow and the infant corpse have already entered the Milky Way star domain, but no one knows what the conditions are for the Milky Way star domain to open up. When the time comes, if you meet the conditions, you can enter and vie for the primordial world's light from providence in the next great era. This will be of great help to you. You will know in the future. That's all I have to say. Wuxia and I will be leaving. A bunch of old fellows are still waiting in a hidden void. In the coming period of time, we will be in full seclusion to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Stay here alone. Be careful. Rumble? Rip? Having said that, the void tortoise did not say anything else. With a wave of its right front claw, a shocking boom sounded. A huge rift was torn open in the void, but under the influence of the powerful primordial world's laws, it was rapidly mending itself. Swoosh! With some hesitation, the void tortoise and the primordial Wuxia took advantage of the fact that the void fissure had yet to completely close up. With a flash, they darted into the void fissure and disappeared. In a short period of time, the void rift was completely mended. Nothing could be seen from it. Even with Yi Xian's present cultivation level and means, he was unable to trace the void tortoise and the primordial Wuxia's whereabouts. He did not plan on doing so. They were there to deliver the treasured pills and enter seclusion with a bunch of old fellows under the headless infant corpse in the early stages of the primordial world to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Although they might not meet again in the near future, it was a good thing that should not be disturbed. In the future, when they successfully broke through and entered the heavenly Tao realm, they would naturally meet again. The primordial world has been devoured by the endless void turbulence. At this moment, Yi Xian was digesting the news that the void tortoise had revealed to him before it left. A look of shock suffused his face. Although, it could be said that he had expected this day to come sooner or later, but he had never expected it to be so fast. Could be said that the moment he left that place, the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes brought all the living beings in the primordial world over. However, Yi Xian did not plan on paying attention to the so-called primordial forbidden land for the time being. After all, it was located on the left bank of the Milky Way, while Yi Xian's magic hall was on the right bank of the Milky Way. The two were separated by the vast Milky Way stellar domain, so they would not cross paths for the time being. Yes. To him, what was next was to obtain the fire guide origins and metal guide origins. Otherwise, if the Milky Way stellar domain opened up in the future, it would probably be difficult for him to find the two old fellows mentioned in the Void Tortoise's information. No. Before continuing his journey to the Forbidden Land where the two old fellows presided over, Yi Xian had one more thing to do. It was to enter seclusion again to make a breakthrough. First, in the previous series of battles, he had already finished absorbing the gains from his previous breakthrough and integrated them into his soul and body. Coupled with the successful refinement of the Heavenly Path treasure pill, Yi Xian had removed a heavy burden from his heart. His state of mind had improved, so this was the best time for a breakthrough. With this in mind, he turned to look at the giant abandoned planet where the Heavenly Path treasure pill was refined. Without hesitation, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into the interior of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shinong cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Swish, swish, swish. After sitting down, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In his line of sight, rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There was the all-evil origin liquid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them emitted an incomparably dense aura of energy. Very quickly, after calming down, he took a deep breath and activated the Shinnong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, he swallowed them all into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble. The resources that he swallowed instantly dissolved in his body. Then, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. 1. A majestic energy river formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder. This was the most crucial moment, so Yi Xian did not dare to be distracted. He concentrated and immediately began a large circulation cycle, continuing until he completely refined it. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely integrated into his soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. As long as it was torn apart, this closed-door cultivation would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately thought of something. He'd only accumulated enough strength to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already been broken. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm. 6th Order Desolation Supreme. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Breakthrough. Chapter 5087. After a round of seclusion, he successfully broke through to the 6th stage of the Desolate Supremacy Realm. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the Desolate Supremacy Realm. In the primordial chaos void that was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao, if he were to activate the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly step into the 6th stage of the Desolate Supremacy Realm. While if he were to use the 9 transformations of the Demonic Ape's bloodline ability to the 9th transformation, then on the basis of the 6th step of the Desolate Venerable Realm, he would be able to raise another large realm, which was the 6th step of the Heavenly Tao Realm. This was Yi Xian's peak combat strength before he went into seclusion. But now, although he had only broken through a minor realm, it had an extremely important and astounding effect on the increase in his combat strength. For example, he was already at the 6th stage of the Desolate Supremacy Realm. Upon activating the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly leap to the 7th stage of the Desolate Supremacy Realm. And in the 9th transformation state, Yi Xian's current peak combat strength would reach the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. Although the difference between the 7th and 6th stage was only a minor realm, the 6th stage was the peak of the mid-stage, while the 7th stage was the beginning of the late stage. Just this point alone was enough to illustrate the huge difference between the two. It could be said that the present Yi Xian's peak combat strength at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm under the 9th transformation state was definitely much stronger than the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm from before. After all, even the primeval Heaven's Eye that had existed for a long time was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. From this point, Yi Xian, whose peak combat strength had reached the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm, was not its match alone. But if he were to condense all 3 Blood Sea avatars, he would not be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle with the primeval Heaven's Eye. But of course, it was basically impossible to gain any advantage. This was because the primeval Heaven's Eye's cultivation had already stabilized at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. Furthermore, it was extremely solid. It was not far from the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. Although Yi Xian still had the Shinnong Flaming Sea, the Shinnong Treasure Cauldron, and the Heaven-Falling Bow, he still had the Netherworld's Netherworld Furnace. However, the primeval Heaven's Eye also had a Netherworld Furnace, and he must have a divine ability that was on par with the Fallen Sky Bow. From this point of view, Yi Xian would most likely be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. This was because primeval Heaven's Eye was already aware of Yi Xian's methods and trump cards, so they would be on guard against him. Butas for the primeval Heaven's Eye. Other than knowing about the netherworld furnace, Yi Xian knew nothing about the primeval heaven's eye. The primeval heaven's eye was too mysterious, and he was a wily old fox who would not easily reveal his trump cards. After all, he was an existence who had lived for countless years. Just based on this point alone, it was understandable that he was more shrewd than Yi Xian. It could even be said that this was how it should be from the start. From the analysis of these situations, even if the current Yi Xian's peak combat strength had already stepped into the late stage and reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Dao realm, and he was still able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones that possessed the same combat strength, if it wasn't necessary, it was best not to clash head-on with the primordial Heavenly Dao Eye. Even if this battle was ultimately unavoidable, it was best to wait until Yi Xian was stronger in the future. Only then would it be more beneficial to him. Dang, however, the present Yi Xian had no interest in fighting head-on with primeval heaven's eye. He did not even have the intention of provoking it for the time being. After all, although his seclusion had ended and he had successfully broken through, he still had to hunt for the Metal Guide and Fire Guide origins. Good. After obtaining these 2 origins, all that was left was the Water Guide origins. He could slowly search for it in the future, reducing the pressure on him. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian instantly made a decision. He stood up and walked out of the Farmer God Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. This time, he had actually used up an entire month of seclusion? From the looks of it, I can't delay any longer. After calculating the time, he immediately shook his head with a wry smile. He muttered a few words and immediately waved his hand. Phew! With a faint sonic boom, the Farmer God Cauldron that stood inside the planet instantly transformed into a beam of light that entered Yi Xian's body and vanished. Following that, he took a step out of the gigantic planet. He did not turn back to the right bank of the Milky Way. Instead, he continued proceeding forward in the dark zone. Again, after traveling for a few days, he arrived at the Black Crow Forbidden Ground that Yi Xian had previously visited. The Black Crow Forbidden Ground was located at the outermost edge of the left bank of the Milky Way. If one were to head towards the left bank of the Milky Way from the dark zone at the end of the right bank of the Milky Way, the Black Crow Forbidden Ground was the first place one would pass. The strongest expert in the Black Crow Forbidden Ground was a scarlet-patterned black crow. However, Yi Xian had already killed it and obtained the Fire Guide origins from its body, which was the scarlet-patterned black crow's heaven crystal. However, considering that the scarlet-patterned black crow was a Heavenly Dao realm expert, it was very likely that it would attract the attention of the other supreme forbidden grounds and stellar regions in the left bank and right bank of the Milky Way that bordered the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. It would be troublesome if a dozen Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts or remnant old monsters were attracted. Therefore, under Lu Zhangke's suggestion, Yi Xian entered the Black Crow Forbidden Ground with him. After entering the Black Crow Forbidden Ground, Lu Zhangke attracted the scarlet-patterned black crow's attention, causing it to appear on its own accord. Following that, Yi Xian, who was lurking in the dark, struck at lightning speed and successfully killed the scarlet-patterned black crow. After that, Yi Xian put away the majestic blood mist and the Fire Guide Origins heaven crystal that were formed when the scarlet-patterned black crow's body exploded. He immediately left the Black Crow Forbidden Ground with Lu Zhangke. However, after they left, something else happened. Although the Black Crow Forbidden Ground only had one Heavenly Dao realm existence, the scarlet-patterned black crow, there were more than a dozen primordial supremes below the Heavenly Dao realm. This more than a dozen desolate supremes recognized Lu Zhangke. They knew that although he was a ferocious beast, he was as good at alchemy as the remnant people. They even knew that he had been trying to refine a Heavenly Dao treasure medicine that could help one reach the Heavenly Dao realm. And this time, he had suddenly descended with a powerful 6th-stage Heavenly Dao realm remnant expert. His goal was clearly to kill the scarlet-patterned black crow and snatch the Khanate treasure medicine, the heaven crystal, from its body. This made the desolate supremes of the Black Crow Forbidden Ground suspect that Lu Zhangke and this mysterious Heavenly Dao realm remnant expert were about to open the cauldron to refine a Heavenly Dao treasure medicine. Therefore, after Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke left, the dozen desolate supremes no longer said a word. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they transformed into beams of light and shot off, They rushed out of the Black Crow forbidden ground and headed for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. Their goal was to spread the news that Lu Zhanke was colluding with the remnant expert to refine a heavenly Tao treasure medicine. This way, they could take advantage of the chaos to attempt to snatch the heavenly Tao treasure medicine. This was something that happened a long time ago. In fact, after Yi Xian separated from the void gigantic tortoise and primordial Wuxia, he had spent a month in seclusion. Over the past month, apart from the scarlet patterned Black Crow, the news of the death of the 4 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts, including Quill Fiend Condor, from the Fiend Condor forbidden ground, at the hands of the mysterious heavenly Tao realm remnant expert had spread throughout the Milky Way's left bank. Recently, the entire left bank was discussing this matter. In their mouths, the mysterious remnant expert, Yi Xian, was like a legend. He was known as the heavenly Tao killing god. Over the past few months, the news of the death of the scarlet patterned Black Crow and the 4 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts from the Fiend Condor forbidden ground at the hands of the mysterious heavenly Tao realm remnant expert had gradually spread throughout the Milky Way's left bank. Today, the entire left bank was discussing this matter. The unknown mysterious remnant expert, Yi Xian, was like a legend. He was known as the heavenly Tao killing god, and he was infamous for his ferocity. The reason why he was known as the heavenly Tao killing god was because ever since he appeared on the left bank, he had killed all heavenly Tao realm existences in just 2 short strikes. It was as though the heavenly Tao realm experts had become his prey. Other than that, news of his collusion with Lu Zhanke on the right bank, as well as his ultimate goal, had long spread. This was the handiwork of the dozen or so desolate supremacies in the Black Crow forbidden ground. This mysterious heavenly Tao remnant could even kill the scarlet patterned Black Crow and Quill Fiend Condor. With their cultivation level at the desolate supremacy realm, they were clearly no match for him. They were like ants in front of him. Yet, this person had a heavenly Tao treasure that was irresistible to them. They had to give it their all and obtain it. If not, there was no hope for them to attain the heavenly Tao. As such, the only way was to muddy the waters and wait for an opportunity to reap the benefits. For this goal, the dozen or so desolate supremacies in the Black Crow forbidden ground spared no effort. Finally, the news spread like wildfire. While this matter had indeed attracted the attention of many desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts, desolate supremacy, there was no need to elaborate further on the desolate supremacies. They were in need of the heavenly Tao treasure that determined whether they could successfully step into the heavenly Tao realm. They could not resist the temptation. While as for the heavenly Tao realm experts that presided over the powerful forbidden lands, they no longer needed the heavenly Tao herbs because they had long stepped into that realm. While the generals under their command in the various forbidden grounds were in great need of the item. With the arrival of the primordial desolate apocalypse, the Milky Way stellar domain's conditional opening was approaching. Everyone wished that there would be a few more heavenly Tao realm existences among their desolate supremacy generals. That way, they would be stronger and their heritage would be richer. While this matter was only spread among the various beast forbidden grounds on the left bank of the Milky Way, the remnant star domains on the left bank were unaware of it. After all, remnant humans and beasts had always been mortal enemies. They did not interact with each other to begin with. Furthermore, such important information was strictly forbidden by the upper echelons of the various forbidden grounds. This was to prevent the heavenly Tao realm existences from other remnant star domains from rushing over to rescue the mysterious remnant expert when they were hunting him. Once the news spread, it was fine on the left bank of the Milky Way as it was too far away. There was no movement for the time being. However, in the supreme forbidden grounds on the right bank, large numbers of desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts immediately swarmed towards the demonic wolf forbidden ground. There was a reason why the desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts from the left bank and right bank gathered in the demonic wolf forbidden ground. The news that Lu Zhanke needed the 5 elements catalyst to refine the heavenly Tao treasure medicine had long spread. The reason why he brought the mysterious remnant expert to the Black Crow forbidden ground and killed the scarlet patterned Black Crow was also because of this. Among the 5 elements guiding herbs, Lu Zhanke's heavenly velvet was the origin of the wood guiding herb, while the heavenly crystal of the scarlet patterned Black Crow was the origin of the fire guiding herb. They must have gotten their hands on these 2 5 elements guiding herbs. What was left were the three types of primordial origin medicines: Gold Guide, Water Guide, and Earth Guide. Among the primordial ferocious beasts residing in the Forbidden Lands on the left and right sides of the Milky Way, only the black-marked demonic wolf in the demonic wolf Forbidden Land possessed the demonic wolf Heavenly Eye, which belonged to the Gold Guide origin medicine. Lu Zhangke was also aware of this. Since he had already brought the mysterious remnant expert to the left bank and right bank of the Milky Way, he would definitely not let the demonic wolf go. He would definitely hunt it down and seize the demonic wolf's Heavenly Eye that could be used as the metal catalyst origin. However, this was also because they did not know that Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke had already strolled around the right bank of the Milky Way before coming to the left bank of the Milky Way. They had even obtained the water catalyst origin, let alone the metal catalyst origin. Otherwise, these old guys would not have gathered in the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. However, there were still mistakes to be made. In fact, waiting in the Devil Wolf Forbidden area was the right choice, because, at this moment, Yi Xian was indeed heading toward the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. Previously, the Void Tortoise had provided him with detailed information about the two innate ferocious beasts of the five elements. These two innate ferocious beasts had the Metal Guide origin and the Fire Guide origin respectively. The existence with the Metal Guide origin was this black-marked demonic wolf. Therefore, although the inference that these old guys in the supreme forbidden grounds on the left bank and right bank of the Milky Way was wrong, the result was right. As long as they waited here, they would definitely see Yi Xian arrive. Clang. However, Lu Zhangke and company would not be able to see it. They had long been killed by Yi Xian. At this moment, all the ferocious beasts in the demonic wolf forbidden area had already gone into hibernation in the caves located on the abandoned planets. While in the void of the Forbidden Grounds stellar domain, there were powerful spiritual senses circling. Among them were Desolate Supremes and Heavenly Tao Realm experts. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them. These existences did not appear, but they were communicating through their spiritual senses. Among them were definitely the dozen or so Desolate Supremes from the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. This not only had the waters by the side been stirred up, but at least 10% of the Supreme Forbidden Grounds on the left bank and right bank had their strongest experts present. They had gathered here, planning on ambushing Lu Zhangke and the mysterious Heavenly Tao Realm expert. This situation made it impossible for them not to come. In fact, the dozen or so Desolate Supremes from the Black Crow Forbidden Ground had already revealed their identities to the Heavenly Tao Realm experts that had arrived. They also indicated that they were the ones who spread the news. They hoped that if they obtained the Heavenly Tao treasure pill, they would at least get a share of the loot. This request was not excessive. Furthermore, they did not explicitly state how much they wanted. It all depended on their mood, so they were approved of it. This time, they will be lurking in the dark, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that moment. Everyone, this cannot continue. That mysterious remnant expert can descend at any time. If he discovers that there are so many Desolate Supremes and Heavenly Tao Realm auras circling the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground stellar domain, he will probably immediately turn and leave. That's right. Apart from the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground's Forbidden Ground beasts, all the other outsiders have to hide in the parallel void. They will only descend after they are caught. However, the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground's black-patterned demonic wolves cannot leave. Fellow Taoist, the mysterious remnant expert who can refine the Heavenly Tao treasure pill is here for you. If you are not here, this matter might not succeed. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I am only hiding in the parallel void. I can descend at any time. For the Heavenly Tao treasure pill, I wonder if fellow Taoist is willing to be the bait? With the sound of these divine senses, the powerful divine senses hovering in the void of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land star area immediately converged to an abandoned star on the left side of the center of the Forbidden Land star area. That was where the black-patterned demonic wolf's cave abode lair was located. Chapter 5088. After a brief silence, a deep voice sounded from the abandoned planet. It's fine to be the bait, but after the deed is done, I want an additional 10% of the Heavenly Tao treasures. In an instant, the powerful divine awareness hovering in the void of the demonic wolf Forbidden Land star domain gathered toward an abandoned star on the left side of the center of the Forbidden Land star domain. This was where the cave mansion of the black-marked demonic wolf was located. Short after a brief silence, a deep voice sounded from the abandoned planet. It's fine to be the bait, but after the deed is done, I want an additional 10% of the heavenly Tao treasures. The moment these words were said, there was an uproar in the void. The divine senses that circled the fiend wolf forbidden lands immediately voiced out, revealing their displeasure. An additional 10%? Black-patterned fiend wolf, to think you dare to open your mouth. Do you know how many heavenly Tao realm experts are here? Apart from that, there are desolate supremacies from various forbidden lands. All of them will contribute in the subsequent battle. That mysterious remnant expert is at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. That's right. There are already too many monks and too little gruel. Yet, you want an additional 10%. That's impossible. Even if we consider the fact that your fiend wolf forbidden lands will be the battlefield and that there will definitely be losses, considering this and the fact that you took the risk of being the bait, we can at most give you an additional 5%. Fine, I'll get 5% of the treasures first. Then, I'll split the remaining 95% with everyone based on their contributions in the battle. This request is fine. Although it will still give you an advantage, the difference isn't huge. It's acceptable. In that case, it's settled. Taoist black-patterned fiend wolf will represent the fiend wolf forbidden lands to receive 5% of the spoils of war. As for the remaining 95%, we will share it based on our contributions. Seconded. Seconded, rumble, rip, on the other side. The desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts circling the fiend wolf forbidden lands had just reached an agreement when a shocking boom suddenly sounded from the periphery of the fiend wolf forbidden lands. Tight following that, there was a crisp sound of ripping silk as a gigantic void rift suddenly appeared. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as a green figure rushed out. It was oval-shaped and as large as a star. It was none other than the primeval Heaven's Eye. This time, the Eye of the Heavenly Way had come for Lu Zhanke and the mysterious survivor. Its desolate forbidden zone was located in the middle of the left bank. But it had received some news. In order to increase the number of heavenly Tao realm experts among its desolate supremacy generals, it immediately rushed over, however, considering that it had just obtained the primordial desolate forbidden land and the possibility of an invasion, it came alone. Not only did it leave all its heavenly Tao realm experts in the primordial desolate forbidden land, it didn't even bring the netherworld cauldron. From the point of view of heavenly Tao green eyes, it was enough to have a 6th-stage heavenly Tao realm remnant. At this moment, as he descended, the powerful aura of a heavenly Tao realm level 8 spread out from his body. The entire demonic wolf forbidden grounds fell silent. Even Morias for the desolate supremacy old freaks and heavenly Tao realm experts that were hovering in the void of the forbidden grounds, they immediately froze. Although the Eye of the Heavenly Way was a heavenly Tao realm level 8, it was not far from the perfected heavenly Tao realm level 9. Could be said to be extremely powerful. And at this moment, although there were quite a number of heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the demonic wolf forbidden grounds, the strongest existence was only at heavenly Tao realm level 6. Furthermore, there was only one of them. Also, it was precisely because of this that they needed to join forces to set up an ambush in order to ensure that the mysterious survivor, who was also at heavenly Tao realm level 6, remained here. No, in that case, if there were 3 or 4 late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts at heavenly Tao realm level 7 or level 8, no one else would be able to do anything. I am from the primordial desolate world. My name is the Eye of the Heavenly Way. At that moment, with his arrival, the primeval heavens I immediately introduced himself. I am from the middle of the left bank, the primordial desolate forbidden grounds. Fellow Taoists, I understand what you have said, but I have other suggestions. Upon saying this, the Eye of the Heavenly Ways I flashed with a blazing green light as it surveyed its surroundings before continuing. With me taking action, I can ensure that the prey remains. As such, I need to first take half of the spoils. And as for the remaining 90%, I will share the spoils according to the ratio of battle merits. In fact, he was already giving him a lot of face. After all, he was the strongest person here. There was no need for him to be so polite when it came to sharing the spoils. At most, he could just chase away the other desolate supremacies and weaker heavenly Tao realm experts. But today was different from the past. This was no longer his primordial great world. The primordial desolate forbidden grounds had just been established, so it was inconvenient for him to make too many enemies. If he wanted to eat a huge chunk of meat, he had to leave some soup for others. And it was precisely because of this that the heavenly Tao's eye was so polite. It was completely different from Yi Xian's impression of its style. This, as soon as he said that, the divine senses circling in the void of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds immediately began to communicate and quickly came to a conclusion. Fellow Taoist Azure Eye is a Tier 8 heavenly Tao. It's not far from the Tier 9 realm. With it presiding over this place, it can indeed ensure that the target remains and prevent any accidents. Just based on this point, it's not too much for fellow Taoists to take half of the spoils alone. At the very least, our interests will have a certain guarantee because of this. In that case, it's settled. Fellow Taoist black-striped demonic wolf will represent the demonic wolf forbidden grounds to receive half of the spoils first. Fellow Taoist Azure Eye from the primordial forbidden grounds will receive half of the spoils first. As for the remaining 90%, we will share it according to the battle merits. Seconded, rumble, rip. After the decision was made, the powerful divine senses circling in the void of the forbidden grounds immediately expressed their opinions. As for the primeval heaven's eye, it did not say anything else. Its vertical eye that was as huge as a giant star suddenly shot out a blazing green light, tearing open a huge void rift in front of it. Then, with a flash of its body, it rushed into it. This huge black rift was quickly repaired under the influence of the powerful nomological power of the primordial chaos void. After all, it was a powerful existence of the Tier 8 heavenly Tao realm. There was no trace left behind at all. Perhaps even if Yi Xian was there and deliberately investigated, he would never expect that not long ago, the primeval heavens I had entered an unknown parallel void from here and was quietly lying in wait there. Very quickly soon, with the temporary departure of the primeval heaven's eye, the powerful divine senses circling in the void of the forbidden grounds continued to act. All of them hid in unknown parallel voids. In a short while, the huge demonic wolf forbidden grounds fell silent. Roar. Don't hide in your cave abodes anymore. Do what you usually do. By being so quiet, isn't it obvious that there is an ambush here? It was also at this moment that the voice of the black-striped fiend-wolf's divine sense rumbled out from the abandoned star from before. All of you be careful for this lord. If anyone gives themselves away and causes the prey to notice and turn around to flee, then this lord will definitely skin them alive. Roar. Although the void tortoise had disappeared ever since a large number of desolate supremacy old monsters and heavenly Tao realm experts appeared in the most powerful forbidden grounds and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way, it had never appeared again. But he had clearly only turned to the dark and did not leave. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the situation of some of the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions on both sides of the Milky Way. No dared to say that every ferocious beast forbidden ground and remnant star regions were the same, but at least he knew the general situation of a portion of them. For example, the two ferocious beasts with the metal guide origin and fire guide origin that he provided to Yi Xian were overseeing the most powerful forbidden grounds. Void. The information provided by the void tortoise not only included the detailed situation of the two heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts, but it also included the general situation of the forbidden grounds they were overseeing. Of the two forbidden grounds, Yi Xian had previously entered seclusion in the dark void at the end of both sides of the Milky Way to the left bank. The first place he would encounter was the demonic wolf forbidden ground. Therefore, he chose this place as his first target. At this moment, he'd concealed himself and concealed his aura, and he flashed silently through space towards the devil wolf forbidden area. The strongest being overseeing the demonic wolf forbidden ground was a black-striped demonic wolf. It was also a type of connate ferocious beast. Like the demon-striped skywolf, after reaching the desolate supremacy realm, its body would slowly grow a type of connate treasure medicine. In its glabella, it was also known as the heavenly eye. The black-striped demonic wolf was a connate metal attribute connate ferocious beast. Therefore, the heavenly eye in its head could be used as the metal guide origin of the 5 elemental medicinal guide. This, The black-striped demonic wolf's cultivation level was not weak. It was at the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was just one step away from the mid-stage. This, to Yi Xian, it was not a match for him. If it were a head-on battle, Yi Xian would need some time to kill it. There was definitely no weakling among heavenly Tao realm experts. Every supremacy had their own special life preservation means. However, if he were to sneak in secretly and take action by surprise, the third stage black-striped demonic wolf would definitely perish on the spot. There was no chance of survival. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation level had reached the sixth stage of the desolate supremacy realm. After activating the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly possess the combat strength of a late-stage 7th stage desolate supremacy. Once this bloodline divine power was cast to the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's true combat strength would increase by another large realm. It would be equivalent to the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, he had the cultivation level of a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert, while the black-striped demonic wolf was only at the early-stage heavenly Tao realm. If he were to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely die. This was also Yi Xian's plan. He wasn't prepared to openly look for them. Instead, he was prepared to use a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his body, conceal his aura, and quietly sneak in like how he did in the Black Crow Forbidden Area. Although Lu Zhanke had ill intentions, his suggestion was right on this point. The left bank of the Milky Way was different from the right bank of the Milky Way. Furthermore, the scarlet-striped Black Crow in the Black Crow Forbidden Land had already been killed. Furthermore, as for the 4 powerful heavenly Tao realm beasts that had rushed over from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, they had perished at the hands of Yi Xian. This matter could not be hidden and had definitely been leaked. As such, Yi Xian naturally had to be vigilant. Apart from the third stage heavenly Tao realm black-striped demonic wolf, there was another powerful heavenly Tao realm beast in the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land. It was a blood crocodile, but it was only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If Yi Xian were to take action, he would similarly not be able to escape death. However, Yi Xian did not plan on attacking the blood crocodile on this trip to the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land. Although the scarlet-striped Fiend Wolf and the blood crocodile were both heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land, it was impossible for their cave abodes to be together. Once Yi Xian took action to kill the black-striped demonic wolf, the blood crocodile would definitely be alarmed. If as such, it was naturally impossible for him to suddenly take action like when he killed the black-striped demonic wolf, instantly killing it with a sneak attack. Although he was only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm, if he gritted his teeth and risked his life, he would be able to hold out for some time. Considering that the news of the deaths of the scarlet-striped Black Crow and the arrow-plume Fiend Condor had already spread, Yi Xian decided not to stir up trouble to prevent unnecessary variables. After he killed the black-striped demonic wolf and obtained the demonic wolf heavenly eye that could be used as the origins of gold guidance, he still had to head to another forbidden land to obtain the origins of fire guidance. There were quite a number of desolate supremes in the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land, more than 20 of them. However, Yi Xian had already refined a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Even if he could refine a second cauldron in the future, it would not be in the near future. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to obtain Desolate Supreme's blood essence. Naturally, there was no need for him to forcefully take action because of this matter. All of this was clearly calculated in Yi Xian's mind while he was on his way to the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Land. After a few days, the aura of some ferocious star beasts finally appeared in the endless dark void ahead of him. There were quite a few of them, which meant that there was an extremely powerful forbidden area ahead of him. According to the information provided by the Void Tortoise, if there were no accidents, this forbidden area of ferocious star beasts should be his destination, the Demon Wolf Star area. Whoosh! An undetectable sound tore through the air. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian crossed the void at the edge of the Forbidden Land and charged into the star zone. While none of this was discovered, although Yi Xian was in human form, he had already cast the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power to the 9th transformation. His cultivation realm had reached the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. While with the support of his powerful cultivation level, he could now cast a perfect Psyche Power mystic technique. Even if the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, had a cultivation level higher than his. It was impossible for him to detect Yi Xian's arrival. Therefore, the black-patterned demonic wolf, who had gritted his teeth and used himself as bait in the fiend wolf forbidden land, was destined to go for wool but come home shorn. And the consequences of this loss were absolutely unbearable. This was because it meant that he would be sending his life away in vain. Fiend wolf forbidden land. Fiend wolf forbidden land. It had been 10 days since primeval heaven's eye arrived and reached an agreement with the various forbidden lands' desolate supremes and heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the fiend wolf forbidden land. For the past few days, the entire demon wolf forbidden land had been peaceful. Occasionally, there would be some ferocious beasts flashing past. These ferocious beasts in the forbidden land were a little unnatural in the first few days. But now, there were no clues. Since he was bait, he naturally couldn't restrain his aura, preventing the mysterious survivor expert from finding his location. Therefore, for the past 10 days, the black-patterned demonic wolf didn't deliberately restrain his aura. As long as it was a heavenly Tao realm expert, they would be able to sense it the moment they entered the star zone. While although it was somewhat risky, the black-patterned demonic wolf was willing to go all out for the sake of the 5% reward. Of course, more importantly, he didn't believe that the survivor expert could instantly kill him once he arrived. While at that time, he was in his own cave abode star, but he didn't know that although everything he had been waiting for was about to arrive, it was also followed by his eventual demise. In fact, Yi Xian didn't notice anything abnormal. At that moment, the fiend wolf forbidden land appeared extremely normal, but it was this overly normal scene and feeling that made Yi Xian realize that something was amiss. News of the deaths of the 4 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences, including the scarlet-patterned black crow and the arrow-plume fiend condor, had already spread. It was impossible for the 2 heavenly Tao realm experts in the fiendish-patterned forbidden ground to be unaware of this matter. In that case, they should have been somewhat vigilant, but in fact, it was the opposite. The fiend wolf forbidden land in front of them didn't show any signs of vigilance. This was clearly abnormal. It had to be said that the black-patterned demonic wolf and the other old fogies had slipped up. They only wanted to hide the traces of the ambush as much as possible, but it was precisely because of this that they gave themselves away. Although Yi Xian realized that the situation was a little odd, he didn't care. So what if there was an ambush? He wasn't afraid at all. Furthermore, the gold essence in the black-patterned demonic wolf's body, which was the fiend wolf heavenly eye, was something he had to obtain. Since he was already here, how could he retreat? With this resolve, Yi Xian directly infiltrated the black-patterned demonic wolf's cave abode star. He did not deliberately search or probe because the black-patterned demonic wolf had not converged his aura. Not long after he entered the forbidden star domain, Yi Xian sensed it. Very quickly soon, he entered the interior of the star and saw the black-patterned demonic wolf deep in a huge canyon. At that moment, his body had shrunk to about 100,000 feet. He was curled up in the canyon as though he was taking a nap. He did not sense Yi Xian's arrival, so he was destined to perish today. He didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Bang! Everything that happened after that was without suspense. After hiding in the dark and approaching the sky above the Great Canyon, Yi Xian immediately made his move. He punched through the air, causing an earth-shattering explosion to instantly sound out against such a terrifying force, and with it already in front of him, the black-patterned demonic wolf was unable to resist or react in time. A woo! His eyes suddenly opened, and he only opened his mouth slightly, but immediately after, before the long howl that came out of his mouth had finished, a majestic power that caused one to tremble rushed into his body. Crazy! The violent force raged in an instant. The black-patterned demonic wolf's entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out and enveloped the sky above the canyon. In this scarlet blood mist, there was clearly a black crystal the size of a human head. It fell out when the black-patterned demonic wolf's head exploded. Huff! Xiao! Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. Following the whistling sound of a violent wind, an incomparably majestic force whizzed out. In less than half a breath, It had already swept away the majestic blood mist formed by the black-patterned demonic wolf's huge body and absorbed it into his body. Same as at the same time, it also swept over the black-patterned demonic wolf's demon-patterned heaven's eye. At this moment, Yi Xian had gathered 3 5-elemental medicinal catalysts. They were 4 heavenly velvet needles, 4 heavenly pills, and 1 heaven's eye. As for the heavenly Tao blood essence in his hand, with the black-patterned demonic wolf's death, he now had a total of 6. Screech! Almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and caused the black-striped demon wolf's body to explode to form a boundless mist of blood, a heaven-shaking howl suddenly sounded from another direction in the depths of the demonic wolf forbidden area. It was filled with endless anger, but there was also a thick sense of horror that could not be dissipated. Zhuan, the existence that let out the screech, was the other heavenly Tao realm expert in the demonic wolf forbidden grounds, Sanguine Crocodile. He did not hide in a parallel void like the desolate supremacy and heavenly Tao realm experts from other forbidden grounds. Instead, he stayed in his own cave abode star in another direction of the star domain, where therefore, the instant Yi Xian made his move and released his aura, Sanguine Crocodile sensed it. Dang! When he sensed the powerful heavenly Tao realm aura suddenly appear in the black-patterned demonic wolf's cave abode star without any warning, Sanguine Crocodile realized that something was amiss. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent out a shocking screech. This was because he did not have any means to resist the powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. Now, he no longer had the heart to grieve over the black-patterned demonic wolf's death. He was worried about his own safety. Roar! Screech! Hum! Following his transmission, the silent void of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds immediately responded with astounding roars and howls. The desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts that were hibernating in the parallel void rushed out. Without exception, all of them pushed the powers in their bodies to the limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive might that enveloped the stellar domain. There were too many of them. In a blink of an eye, more than 100 desolate supremacies appeared in the distance. At least 8 of them emitted cultivation auras that had reached the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, this was far from the end. This was because when Yi Xian turned around, new figures continued to appear, with so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts powering their invisible suppressions. They wreaked havoc in the void. As they stacked together, they instantly sealed off the entire stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden land. They did it on purpose. By doing so, they could cut off any possibility of Yi Xian using teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape. In fact, they had succeeded. There was already a humming sound in the void. It was extremely unstable. Even with Yi Xian's late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation at the 7th stage, he could no longer teleport. Even more so, as for his extreme suspicion that even the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the Devouring System title had failed as a result. This time they were really trapped here. However, Yi Xian was unafraid. He did not plan on leaving because he saw a crimson subblood unicorn among the nearly 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that appeared around him. This subblood unicorn was the other of the 2 Khanate realm beasts provided by the void gigantic turtle. The Khanate treasure in his body was named Heavenly Pearl. It was fire elemental and was the fire source that Yi Xian needed. He originally planned on finding him after finishing off the black-patterned demonic wolf, but he never expected him to be here. However, it was clearly not the best time to hunt him down. All he could do was wait for an opportunity. With this thought flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, a 9-colored sea of flames whizzed out, transforming into a gigantic 9-colored fireball that was 5 billion kilometers in diameter. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged straight into the fireball. At the same time, there were exclamations all around. This is the Shinong 9-colored flames? Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? Raging ape. Years ago, this lord went to the right bank and heard that a cosmic raging ape had wreaked havoc on the left bank. The Shinong cauldron was in his hands. This remnant must have been transformed by him. He has returned. Gasp! How is this possible? That raging ape was only at the desolate supremacy realm back then. How long has it been? He has actually entered the heavenly Tao realm and is even at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? Chapter 5089. As Yi Xian waved his hand, the 9-colored sea of flames turned into a majestic 9-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. As it swept over, it turned into a fireball like a star. Then he rushed into it and lay dormant. Instantly, there were exclamations all around. What? It's Shinong 9-colored flame? Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? It's that violent ape. He's back. Back then, I went to the right bank and heard that there was a violent ape that wreaked havoc in the left section of the right bank. The Shinong cauldron is in his hands. So this remnant is actually him. Hiss! How is this possible? That violent ape was only at the desolate master level back then. How long has it been? He's already at the heavenly Tao level, and he's already at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao level? Without a doubt, when that violent ape was on the right bank of the Milky Way, he wandered around the forbidden areas of the right bank and hunted ferocious beasts. Although this violent ape only wreaked havoc in the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way, he was always at a disadvantage. He fought stronger and stronger as he fought. His cultivation speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. It's said that when he was first noticed, he was only at the Undying Emperor level. At that time, he was already hunting Undying Emperors everywhere. He even killed some Undying Emperors. However, not long after, his targets changed from Undying Emperors to Undying Emperors, then Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes. Then he started to hunt powerful primordial beings. At that time, his cultivation level had also reached the primordial being level. Not only was his cultivation speed unheard of, but from then on, he could even kill 1 or 2 powerful primordial supreme beings. Moreover, during the period that it raged on the left side of the Milky Way's right bank, the violent Starsky ape had encountered situations where it had to face a few or even over 10 existences of the same realm or even stronger on more than one occasion. But it was able to avoid danger every single time. Even those powerful existences who were full of confidence to surround and hunt him down, even if their cultivation base was higher than his by an entire realm, were all killed without exception in the end. This berserk ape is too monstrous. The great wasteland world's era treasure, the Shinong Cauldron, is in his hands. In addition, he also has a great wasteland treasure, the big-headed black stick, which is also a great wasteland treasure. It's ferocious and has the Shinong 9-colored flame. Even old monster Huang Zun has to be wary of it. Not only does he possess the Blood Sea secret art, which allows him to create 3 Blood Sea clones with the same cultivation level as his original body, but he also possesses the primordial Yaksha's most powerful bloodline ability, the Heaven's Fall Bow. There is even a rumor that his true level is not as powerful as it is in the past. He's a whole realm. Because he has mastered a powerful bloodline, once it's used, it can instantly raise one's cultivation base by an entire realm. Furthermore, there's no time limit to this kind of instantaneous increase in cultivation base. As these cries of surprise sounded out in the surrounding space, more than half of Yi Xian's background was shaken off. Other than some of the most secret of methods, as long as it was something that he had once exposed in the primordial chaos void, it would all be revealed in a short period of time. This was how it should be. After all, when he wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way, he had caused quite a stir. Whether it was his battle record, the advancement of his level of cultivation, or the Shinong Cauldron, the big-headed black stick, or the Shinong 9-colored flame in his hands, as well as the Blood Sea technique and the Sky-Fallen Bow that he had used, all of which shocked the void. All of this was gathered on a single cosmic violent ape. In addition, he had carried out a massacre in the Forbidden Lands on the left bank of the Milky Way. It naturally attracted unprecedented attention and commotion. At that time, Yi Xian was walking on the right bank of the Milky Way with the identity of the Starry Sky Berserk Ape. Before he left, everything that the various forbidden areas knew about him might only be fragmentary information. After he left, the Forbidden Lands and Stellar Domains on the right bank began a detailed and in-depth investigation of him. Not long after, everything was revealed. Positive it was because of this that the cosmic violent ape was like a legend on the right bank of the Milky Way. He was talked about for quite some time. Even the void tortoise that later reigned supreme on both banks of the Milky Way was publicly acknowledged to be inferior to the cosmic violent ape despite being far stronger than him in terms of monstrous strength. Although this was the left bank of the Milky Way, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts that were swarming over had not appeared when the cosmic violent ape was wreaking havoc on the right bank. However, after they appeared, they had heard of the matter. They were especially brooding over the fact that the Shinong Cauldron and the Shinong Nine-Colored Flames were in the hands of the cosmic violent ape. They coveted the treasures and even secretly investigated for a period of time. Unfortunately, they failed to obtain any results and left the matter unsettled. It was also because of this reason that when they saw Yi Xian conjure the Shinong Nine-Colored Flames with a wave of his hand, transforming into a boundless sea of nine-colored flames, the bunch of old fogies slowly recalled the past. They instantly understood Yi Xian's identity and origins. At that moment, there were more than 100 desolate supremacies that appeared in the surrounding void. As for the heavenly Tao realm experts, there were more than 10 of them. However, without exception, all of them stopped in the distant void 50 billion kilometers away from the nine-colored fireball as though they had agreed to it beforehand. With so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts powering the invisible pressure stack together, the stellar domain's void was completely sealed. Since the other party was unable to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape, they were naturally in no hurry to immediately launch an attack. Dang, however, a part of the reason was that the cosmic violent ape that had transformed into a remnant was too powerful. Previously, they thought that it was at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, but now they realized that it was at the 7th stage of the late-stage heavenly Tao realm. This was definitely the result of him breaking through another stage in a short period of time. It matched the rumors of his heaven-defying cultivation speed. Brain with these thoughts flashing through their minds, the desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts that were standing in the void 50 billion kilometers away instantly had their eyes turn red. They had only come for the heavenly Tao herb, but they never expected their prey to have so many treasures on him. After killing him, the spoils of war they would reap would clearly be more delightful. With this thought in mind, everyone subconsciously looked beyond the stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. The heavenly Tao's azure eye had previously hidden itself in the parallel void outside the stellar domain. It was a little further away, but it should have arrived by now. Just what I wanted. Boom! Rumble. At that moment, there were shocking booms coming from every direction. There were more than 100 desolate supremacies that appeared in the void. As for the heavenly Tao realm experts, there were more than 10 of them. However, without exception, all of them stopped in the void 50 billion kilometers away from the nine-colored fireball as though they had agreed to it beforehand. With so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts powering the invisible pressure stack together, the entire stellar domain's void was completely sealed. Counter as the other party was unable to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape, they were naturally in no hurry to attack. However, they were far from being a match for a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm in a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, with the infamous cosmic violent ape and the deterrence of the nine-colored fireball sea, all the gathered desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts subconsciously chose to handle the situation cautiously. No, to gain merit, one must first not make any mistakes. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, they subconsciously looked beyond the stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. The heavenly Tao's azure eye had previously hidden itself in the parallel void outside the stellar domain. It was a little further away, but it should have arrived by now. It was a heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th stage. It was also the only existence present that could suppress the cosmic violent ape in a head-on battle. They had to wait for it to descend before they could ensure that nothing unexpected happened. Rip! Lee! Rumble! At the same time, in the distant void outside the demon wolf forbidden land, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came. A huge crack appeared in the void, and the figure of the way of heaven of untainted land rushed out from it. The instant it saw the nine-colored fireball, the heavenly Tao's azure eye understood everything. In its fury, the azure eye emitted a soul-stirring roar as it shot forward. The void along the way collapsed as it was astonishingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, The heart of the heavenly Tao's azure eyes was filled with an incomparably boundless fury. It was him. Heavens! Milky Way astral Lord Yi Xin. He had once wreaked havoc in the primordial chaos void as the cosmic violent ape. He had even plotted with the headless infant corpse, using its strength to tear apart the invisible barrier that enveloped the Milky Way. Following that, he sent the headless infant corpse to Yi Xin in the Milky Way. Back then, in the primordial chaos void, the heavenly Tao's azure eye had even briefly exchanged blows with him. Back then, his cultivation level had yet to reach the late-stage heavenly Tao realm of the 7th stage. He was only at the early-stage heavenly Tao realm. If not for the appearance of the void giant tortoise and the primordial Wuxia, the heavenly Tao's azure eye would definitely not have stopped due to the terrifying power of the heaven-fallen Bao. He would have been able to kill the other party in one shot. Following that, after that, Yi Xin secretly returned to the primordial chaos world. Only then did the heavenly Tao's azure eye discover that he was the so-called master of the magic hall. But everything was too late. The arch-beast formed by the fusion of De of the Tianji clan and De of the machinery clan was possessed by him and fell into his hands. Following that, he fled the primordial chaos world, and the magic hall army under him did the same. All of them disappeared. Not long after today, it actually saw its old rival here. Furthermore, it was very likely that he was in control of some kind of heavenly Tao treasure. How could it not be angry? It had to be. It knew that in the primordial chaos world army under the heavenly Tao's azure eye, there were many existences at the level of primordial supremes and primordial supremes. However, there were not many existences that had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. There were only about a dozen of them. As for the magic hall's master, Yi Xin, he was able to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars of equal combat strength just because he grasped the Blood Sea mystic art. These were 3 powerful existences at the late-stage heavenly Tao realm. Together with the arch-beast, just the known heavenly Tao realm experts alone made the enemy camp have 4 of them. Back in the primordial chaos world, the heavenly Tao's azure eye did not think much of Yi Xin. Now that they met again, it realized that the other party had unknowingly possessed strength that could match it head-on. Even the factions under him were not much different. Considering the other party's monstrous rate of improvement, it deeply felt an intense threat at that moment. This child cannot be spared. This time it had to eliminate him. If not, the next time they met, the other party might be at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm just like itself. This was extremely likely. At the very least, the heavenly Tao's azure eye knew that its cultivation speed was absolutely incomparable to the other party. Right? Fong's present late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level at the 7th stage was raised through a bloodline mystic art. His true cultivation level was at the desolate supremacy realm. Breaking through at the desolate supremacy realm was much easier than breaking through at the heavenly Tao realm. Now, the other party was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if the other party had condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, as an 8th stage heavenly Tao, he could still suppress the other party in a head-on battle. However, if the next time they met, the other party's cultivation level had truly reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, once the 3 Blood Sea avatars were condensed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in a 3-on-1 battle with the same strength. With these thoughts flashing through its mind, the heavenly Tao's azure eye's killing intent immediately reached an extreme. As the figure shot over from afar and approached with a rumble, its voice suddenly sounded, "Raging ape, it's indeed you. You won't be able to escape this time. Farmer God Cauldron, Sky Meteorite Bow, 9-colored Flame Sea, Blood Sea Mystic Art, and that heaven-defying bloodline divine power you possess that can raise an entire realm. This time you have to hand them all over. Roar! Everyone, there's no need to worry. His true cultivation level is only at the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. As he grasps a heaven-defying bloodline divine power that can raise an entire realm, he possesses the strength of a 7th stage heavenly Tao. Midway through its sentence, the heavenly Tao's azure eye turned to look at the void to the right. After a slight pause, a green beam flashed in its eyes as the voice sounded again. It's you, Subblood Unicorn. You are a fire elemental connate ferocious beast. Charge into the sea of flames and self-destruct to blast a hole in the fireball. All it takes is an instant for us to charge in. When that happens, we will definitely use the 9-colored flame to reconstruct your true body. The Subblood Unicorn was the other of the 2 connate ferocious beasts provided by the Void Tortoise. The innate treasure in its body was called the Heavenly Jewel, and its attribute was fire. It was the source of fire that Yi Xian needed. Part of the reason why Xian didn't plan to leave for the time being was because of it. He originally planned to find the Subblood Unicorn after dealing with the black-marked demon wolf, but he didn't expect it to be here too. He could take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the Heavenly Jewel in its body, which was also the source of fire. Naturally, he had to wait for the best opportunity to succeed. Yi Xian was currently thinking about this matter. But what he didn't expect was that the primeval heavens I actually took the initiative to force the Subblood Unicorn to charge into the 9-colored flame sea, and promised to use the farmer god's 9-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. If that was really the case, it couldn't be any better for Yi Xian. Could be said that it was exactly what he wanted. Yi Xian was originally planning to wait for the best opportunity to succeed in obtaining the Heavenly Jewel from the Subblood Unicorn. But what he didn't expect was that the primeval heavens I actually took the initiative to force the Subblood Unicorn to charge into the 9-colored flame sea, and promised to use the farmer god's 9-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. If that was really the case, it was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. The reason for this could only be said to be too much of a coincidence. The 9-colored flame sea was condensed from the farmer god's 9-colored flame. Even Heavenly Dao realm experts didn't dare touch it casually. If they stayed in it for too long, they wouldn't even be able to protect their souls. The final outcome would be the destruction of their bodies and the death of their souls. But, however, the Subblood Unicorn was different. It was a fire elemental connate ferocious beast. Furthermore, its cultivation level had reached the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Although it couldn't withstand the farmer god's 9-colored flames rampage, its immunity was definitely a lot stronger than other stellar beasts. If other ferocious beasts charged into the 9-colored flame sea and self-destructed, Soul God wouldn't be able to survive. However, it could. As long as it charged into the 9-colored flame sea and self-destructed, it would create a hole in the 9-colored flame sea. When that happened, the primeval heavens I and more than 10 Heavenly Dao realm experts would charge in through the hole. The outcome of the battle would be decided instantly. While, as a fire elemental connate ferocious beast, the Subblood Unicorn's soul would remain intact after its body self-destructed. Although, however, he had lost his physical body, but the Heavenly Dao Green Eye had promised to reconstruct his true body with the Shinnong 9-colored flames. This was the Shinnong 9-colored flames, and if he could use this flame to reconstruct his physical body, his cultivation and strength would definitely soar by a large margin. Now, at the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, it was extremely possible for a mid-stage Heavenly Dao realm expert to instantly reach the 4th or 5th stage. Furthermore, with the present situation, it was likely impossible for it to do so even if it was unwilling. The Heavenly Dao's Eye and the other Heavenly Dao realm experts would definitely not allow it to escape so easily. This was clearly a case of a duck being forced onto a perch. It had to be done regardless of whether it was done or not. The only difference was that if it was done by itself, it could still use the farmer god's 9-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. However, if it attempted to escape and was eventually captured before being forced to do so, there was probably no hope of reconstructing its true body. As such, even a fool would know what choice to make. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant inferior blood Kirin raised its head and let out a shocking roar. In an instant, boundless red flames surged out of its body and enveloped its entire body in the blink of an eye. Shortly after, the red flames burst out of its body. In just a few seconds, the Subblood Unicorn's figure was no longer visible. It was enveloped by the scarlet flames as though it was a gigantic scarlet sun. Rumble! At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. This enormous crimson sun suddenly shot forward, burning the void of the universe to the point of collapse. The speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the 9-colored fireball that was billions of kilometers in diameter. At that moment, the massive demonic wolf Forbidden Zone fell silent. More than 100 supremes of primordial and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts gathered in the void, including the primeval heaven's eye, held their breaths. Among them, the beasts with the strongest cultivation levels that had reached the heavenly Tao realm were prepared. As long as the fireball that resembled a gigantic sun struck the nine-colored fireball, even if it was just a tiny crack, they would immediately shoot forward. Once they entered the nine-colored fireball, they would join forces to kill the ferocious ape hidden inside the fireball. Shoo, however, the expected heaven-shaking collision did not occur. Along with a muffled rumble and an incomparably sharp sound of air being torn apart, this gigantic crimson fireball directly charged into the nine-colored fireball without causing the slightest ripple, let alone the so-called huge collision. This. It was naturally the result of Yi Xian's meticulous control. With his present cultivation level and strength, his control over the nine-colored fireball had already reached the microscopic level. 10,000. The instant the scarlet fireball came into contact with the nine-colored fireball's wall, Yi Xian conjured the Shenong nine-colored flames to open up a gap that allowed the fireball to pass through. Tight following that, as the scarlet fireball charged into the nine-colored fireball, the gap closed up as it entered. In a blink of an eye, in less than a tenth of a second, the gigantic fireball formed by the sub-blood unicorn had vanished. It had entered the nine-colored fireball, and during this process, the nine-colored fireball did not stir at all. It was completely calm. Upon seeing this scene, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the void, including primeval heaven's eye, were dumbfounded. However, they did not think too much about it. From their point of view, as long as the sub-blood unicorn charged into the nine-colored fireball, the outcome would be the same. Once it self-destructed, the nine-colored fireball was bound to produce a shockwave. When that happened, as long as there was a tiny crack, they could charge in. At that moment, more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts, including primeval heaven's eye, were secretly prepared to charge out. Inside the nine-colored fireball, Yi Xian was aware of everything happening in the outside world. Just the instant primeval heavens eye turned to look at the sub-blood unicorn, he was pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the Blood Sea Mystic technique. Splash! In an instant, his figure disappeared, but there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void where he originally stood. Yi Xian's entire body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and fierce howls. In the shocking sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. Split, it was not a body of flesh and blood, but it was a cosmic berserk ape. As for the skeletal body, it did not have any flesh or blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded a boundless aura of ferocity. It was extremely ferocious. Finally, there was the black fog body. Although it was in the form of a berserk ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams of light. It appeared extremely strange. Everything happened in a few seconds. At that moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. These were 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm existences. However, and this was not the end. As the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed, the skeleton avatar flipped its right hand, and the Shenong cauldron instantly appeared. The skeleton avatar held one of the cauldron's legs and twisted it. At the same time, the big-headed black club silently appeared in the black fog avatar's hand. As for the berserk ape, it clenched its right fist as its knuckles cracked like thunder. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed into skeletons. The skeleton avatar flipped its right hand, and the Shenong cauldron instantly appeared. The skeleton avatar held one of the cauldron's legs and twisted it. At the same time, the big-headed black club silently appeared in the black fog avatar's hand. As for the berserk ape, It clenched its right fist as its knuckles cracked like thunder. After all of this was done, the three Blood Sea avatars simultaneously turned to look outside. At that moment, the sub-unicorn's body surged with towering crimson flames. It transformed into a gigantic crimson fireball that was 100,000 feet wide as it charged at the nine-colored fireball. Yi Xian instantly calculated the sub-unicorn's charging point. The three Blood Sea avatars moved in unison as they waited silently inside the nine-colored fireball in a three-legged formation. They were waiting for the opportunity to strike. As for the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar, they had already raised the Shinong cauldron and the big-headed black club high above their heads. The berserk ape was also prepared. The moment the sub-unicorn charged in, they would instantly unleash a barrage of attacks. Their only goal was to kill in one strike. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air as a gigantic crimson fireball perfectly penetrated the nine-colored fireball's flame wall without leaving any gaps. In the blink of an eye, it entered the nine-colored fireball's interior. This situation not only surprised Primeval Heaven's Eye and the others outside, but even the sub-unicorn, who had transformed into a gigantic crimson fireball, did not expect this. He had already prepared to self-destruct at the moment of impact, leaving only his heavenly jewels to protect his divine soul. However, the expected impact did not occur. He had clearly rushed to the nine-colored fireball's flame wall, but as if there was nothing there, he directly entered the nine-colored fireball's interior, and in front of him, to his left, and in front of him, three figures were waiting for him. Their eyes were glowing as they stared at him. It was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time. Hiss! In the next moment, the sub-unicorn's heart trembled. He let out a terrifying roar and turned around to escape. Originally, he had already prepared to self-destruct, but this action was completely a conditioned reflex. Anyone who suddenly encountered such an accident would probably have such a subconscious reaction. The cultivation auras emanating from the three figures were just too terrifying. All of them were at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. Weren't you going to self-destruct? Why are you escaping again? Do you still think you can escape at this point in time? Since you are here, this Highness shall send you on your way. Upon seeing this scene, the three Blood Sea avatars immediately sneered. A voice transmission was transmitted as they suddenly attacked at the same time. Bam! What happened next was without any suspense. Everything happened too quickly. Bao Yuan threw a punch, and the skeleton doppelganger smashed the Shinong cauldron to the ground. The black mist doppelganger also swung the big-headed black cudgel high above its head. In an instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Although the sub-unicorn was at the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to withstand the terrifying strength of a late-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert at the 7th stage. Of course, if it were a head-on battle, he could at least last a few seconds. After all, none of the Heavenly Tao realm experts were simple. But now he had no intention of resisting at all. All he wanted to do was instinctively turn around and flee. Again. In addition, everything happened too suddenly, so he was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to react. He only opened his mouth slightly, and before the earth-shattering roar from his mouth finished, a majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying force had already wreaked havoc in his body. Under the crimson flames, the sub-unicorn's entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading crimson blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. In the crimson blood mist, there was a dark red bead the size of a human head. It was the blood-patterned heavenly bead in the sub-unicorn's body, the connate fire essence. Phew! Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind howled. An incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist formed by the explosion of the quasi-blood Kirin's huge body and absorbing it into Bao Yuan's body. At the same time, the heavenly bead the size of a human head shot over. After Bao Yuan played with it a few times, he flipped his hand and put it away. Finally, with that, everything was settled. The number of Heavenly Tao blood essences that Yi Xian had obtained from lightly killing a Heavenly Tao realm expert had already reached 6. Now that the blood Qilin had been killed, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had reached 7. In addition, he had already grasped 4 of the 5 elements medicinal catalysts. 4 heavenly velvet fragments. Heaven's 4 pills. Heaven's 1 eye. Heaven's 1 bead. Most all that was left was the water essence. This could only be slowly searched for because Yi Xian did not know where to find a water-attributed connate ferocious beast above the desolate supremacy realm, however. Although he had unexpectedly obtained the heavenly eye and heavenly bead after descending into the demonic wolf forbidden land, everything was far from over. 9 outside the fireball, in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away, more than 100 desolate supremacy old monsters and more than 10 powerful heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts were standing guard. The powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive force that enveloped the void. Under the stacking of the suppressive force, the void seemed to be completely sealed. Not only was teleportation impossible, there was no way to use bloodline mystic arts or divine powers to escape. Even the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title of Yi Xian's devouring system could not be activated. It was successfully activated. Faced with such a predicament, the only way for Yi Xian to escape was to use his own strength to forcefully carve out a bloody path. In the past, he might not have had this ability, but it was different now. With the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This, however, with his late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level and his 3 blood sea avatars, he was confident that he could carve out a bloody path and escape. Brain, all of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He turned and looked into the distance beyond the fireball. Outside the 9-colored fireball, in the demonic wolf forbidden land's void. The instant the blood Qilin's 100,000-foot fireball entered the 9-colored fireball, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts waiting in the void around the 9-colored fireball felt their hearts in their throats. They were waiting for an astounding boom. This earth-shattering explosion represented the self-destruction of the quasi-blood Kirin. He was a powerful existence at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. By self-destructing after entering the fireball, the effects were clearly better. It would definitely cause the 9-colored fireball that sealed off the void for hundreds of billions of kilometers to instantly produce astounding waves. When that happened, as long as a tiny gap appeared, more than 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts, led by primeval Heaven's Eye, would charge in at the same time. Following that, they would join forces to finish off their opponent. Even if they did not die, they would be heavily injured or on the brink of death. Chapter 5090. Outside the 9-colored fireball, in the demonic wolf forbidden land star domain's void, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts waiting in the void around the 9-colored fireball had their hearts in their throats at the instant the subblood unicorn charged into the 9-colored fireball. They were waiting for an astounding boom. When that happened, a crack would appear in the 9-colored fireball. With the primeval Heaven's Eye as the core, the heavenly Tao realm beasts would charge forward at that instant and instantly charge in to join forces for a strike. However, the expected explosion did not appear. After the subblood unicorn charged into the 9-colored fireball, the next thing that came out was an astounding howl. Screech! The howl sounded alarming as it exuded boundless horror and panic. It was clearly the subblood unicorn's voice. Everyone's bodies trembled as they realized that something was amiss. However, there was no sound coming from the 9-colored fireball after the violent howl. This outcome left the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were gathered in the distant void flabbergasted. As they looked at each other, they were momentarily at a loss. That was it. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye was the same. Its gigantic vertical eye shimmered with an azure light, but it did not move at all. Nor did it send out a voice transmission. At that moment, everyone was secretly guessing what the subblood unicorn had experienced after charging into the 9-colored fireball. Was it still alive? 9 inside the 9-colored fireball. Roar! At that moment, the raging ape suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. Yi Xian directly activated the ultimate form of the 9 Devil Ape transformations' bloodline divine power, which was the Devil Ape True Body. As the angry roar sounded, the powers in the 3 Blood Sea avatars instantly surged. Their auras were like a raging river roaring as their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. There was also a terrifying lifeblood force that surged out from the 3 bodies. Suddenly, in an instant, the 3 massive bodies rapidly closed in. In just half a second, their backs fused together. Here at that moment, the 3 Blood Sea clones disappeared and turned into the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. The body of flesh, bones, and black fog merged into one body. Wang. All of a sudden, scorching purple-golden light burst out of the eyes of the skeleton, and a mysterious aura spread out like a raging river. In the next instant, the skeleton raised its left arm. The empty palm of its left hand suddenly shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. In the middle of the palm was a 2-headed strange beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast facing up and down, there were 2 human-shaped spirit creatures biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. All of them opened their mouths wide in anger, as if they were roaring. A bowstring made of countless fine golden threads was connected to the mouths of these 2 humanoid creatures. It was the most powerful magical ability of the desolate ancient Wuxia, the heaven-falling bow. The left hand of the body of flesh and blood was holding one of the legs of the Shinong cauldron, like a seal that flipped the sky. The right hand was holding the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the Shinong medicinal pestle. The black fog body hadn't moved yet, but there was also a cold light flashing in its eyes. Obviously, it had its own means, but it hadn't shown them yet. Next, in an instant, Yi Xian's extremely cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape. "Didn't you want to kill me? In that case, today I will do as you wish." Boom! Rumble! Walala! As soon as the voice of the ape's divine sense faded, the huge fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, which covered an area of billions of miles, suddenly began to shake violently. Holding after the incessant rumbling of thunder, there was a strange sound that resembled a monstrous wave. The huge flame ball collapsed, transforming into a majestic 9-colored flame sea. It was extremely soul-like as it shot towards the Fian celestial-like devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. During this process, the 9-colored flame sea that blotted out the sky rapidly changed form. Half a second later, when it arrived in front of the devil ape, it had transformed into a 9-colored ribbon that was 5 billion kilometers long. Swoosh! At that moment, Yi Xian, who was protected by the 9-colored flame ball, seemed to be completely exposed to the outside world in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the 100 over desolate venerable old monsters and the dozen or so heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts that were surrounded by the desolate heavenly Dao's green eyes suddenly saw the 9-colored fireball collapse. Yi Xian's figure appeared, and they were caught off guard. For a moment, they were all stunned. Now they knew that the mysterious young expert was actually the transformation of the cosmic violent ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way. Before the 9-colored flame ball collapsed, they had also guessed the form of the existence hidden inside the flame ball. Would it still maintain the appearance of the mysterious expert, or would it simply tear off the disguise and restore the original appearance of the cosmic violent ape? However, they would never have imagined that when the 9-colored fireball collapsed and the existence hidden within it revealed itself, such a scene would unfold in front of them. How was this a cosmic violent ape? It was clearly a 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape. Back then, Xian had only obtained the bloodline of the ancient ape demons. The primordial era was still after the primordial era, so the bloodline of the ancient ape demons was not too powerful. At least, it was incomparable to the connate beasts in the primordial void. But now it was different from the past. With Yi Xian's growth, the ancient ape demon's bloodline in his body was also gradually reverting to its ancestral form. Now it had completed the reverting to its ancient form. The 3-headed, 6-armed ferocious form he now displayed was no longer that of the ancient ape demons, but one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in this chaos epoch. The Chaos Demon Ape. Although there was still a slight gap, as Yi Xian's cultivation had not truly entered the heavenly Tao realm. He was still only a 6th-rank desolate venerable, but the gap was not far. Yi Xian, when he activated the strongest form of the ancient ape demon's bloodline and manifested the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demons, the aura emanating from his body definitely exceeded that of the typical Khanate ferocious beast. These so-called Khanate ferocious beasts were only descendants of the chaos demon gods. Now, Yi Xian had almost reverted the ancient ape demon's bloodline to the level of a chaos demon ape. Clearly, it was even more ancient and exuded an extremely dense chaos intent. What was even more terrifying was that the true form of the ancient ape demons was not just unarmed. The skeleton avatar had conjured the primordial Wuxia's most powerful divine ability, the heaven-falling bow. Black the mist avatar had the 9-colored ribbons of the 9-colored sea of flames around it. Could transform into an agile, colorful python and charge out at any time. As for the flesh avatar, it had the farmer god cauldron in its left hand and the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. These were the most primordial treasures of the primordial era in the primordial world. When all of this was put together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was momentarily dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Yi Xian, speechless for a long time. Whoosh! As the 9-colored fireball collapsed, Yi Xian, who was originally protected by the fireball, was completely exposed to the outside world in the blink of an eye. However, he was currently in his strongest form, the true form of the ancient ape demons. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it was extremely ferocious. Black Cudgel, the skeleton avatar, had conjured the primordial Wuxia's most powerful divine ability, the heaven-falling bow. Black the mist avatar had the 9-colored ribbons of the 9-colored sea of flames around it. Could transform into an agile, colorful python and charge out at any time. As for the flesh avatar, it had the farmer god cauldron in its left hand and the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. When all of this was put together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was momentarily dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Yi Xian, speechless for a long time. At that moment, although Yi Xian's cultivation level was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm in his 3-headed, 6-armed form, he was definitely one of the strongest existences at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not much weaker than a true 8th stage expert. After all, the ancient ape demon's 3-headed, 6-armed form was clearly a combination of 3 powerful 7th stage heavenly Tao existences. Furthermore, as the 3 of them were one, their backs fused together. This combination was even more compact and seamless. It was definitely not as simple as facing 3 ordinary 7th stage heavenly Tao existences at the same time. Therefore, even though there were so many experts present, there wasn't a single person who had the strength to fight the current Yi Xian. Other than the primordial heavenly Tao Green Eyes, who was in existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, there was no one else. In fact, even the heavenly Taos I might not dare to casually charge forward and fight Yi Xian head-on. For example, the present Yi Xian was a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not much weaker than the primeval heaven's eye. If the primeval heaven's eye were to charge forward, be it its physical body or its black fog avatar, it would be able to resist him head-on. First, once the battle began, as long as the primeval heaven's eye was careless, the skeleton avatar wielding the heaven-falling bow would attack and kill it with 1 arrow. At such a close distance, with the skeleton avatar waiting for an opportunity to strike, it was nearly impossible for him to avoid it. He would definitely end up heavily injured even if he didn't die. In other words, even if the primeval heaven's eye were to charge forward, it would be impossible for him to fully immerse himself in the battle. Be it a head-on battle with the black fog avatar or the physical body, he would have to divert his attention to pay attention to the skeleton avatar. For example, as such, although he had a cultivation level at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to fully immerse himself in the battle. The combat strength he displayed was about the same as a 7th stage heavenly Tao. This, under such circumstances, a head-on battle between the heavenly Tao's eye and the black fog avatar or the physical body would be meaningless. They would only be evenly matched and would not be able to achieve anything. All they could do was restrain Yi Xian. Furthermore, it was only to restrain the black fog avatar or the physical body. All of this happened like a flash of lightning as it flashed through the heavenly Tao's eye's mind. Instantly, an azure beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. Although it wished to immediately charge forward and suppress Yixin, it knew that it was meaningless. Therefore, the primeval heaven's eye could only temporarily suppress its urge to attack. It remained standing 500 million kilometers away and did not immediately launch an attack. Roar! Didn't all of you want to fight? Then let's fight! At that moment, the three Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. An astounding roar resounded as the void trembled. The 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were standing around a distance of 50 billion kilometers were dumbfounded. It was too powerful and valiant. Even the strongest one present, the primeval heaven's eye who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, did not dare step forward. What could they do? However, if they were to disperse and allow the demonic ape to leave so easily, they would feel extremely indignant. Furthermore, they would feel their cheeks burn. It was too embarrassing. More than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts were besieging a single person. Yet, no one dared to take action, allowing the other party to leave in an extremely arrogant manner. If news of this matter were to spread, all the masters present today would lose face, and this demonic ape's ferocious reputation would be even more shocking. In the future, it would simply be an existence that would run amok on both sides of the Milky Way. Boom! Rumble. Just as the roar faded, the three-headed, six-armed Yixin, who was 5 million kilometers in size and had a ferocious appearance like a supreme fiend celestial, instantly moved. This void was now sealed by the invisible pressure of more than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts. It was impossible to teleport. However, he was a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. His speed was too fast as his massive body instantly shot forward like a meteor. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of a 7th stage desolate supremacy. Screech! Fong was completely caught off guard. On the one hand, he never expected the demonic ape to be so ferocious and valiant. He actually took the initiative to attack despite fighting more than 100 people. On the other hand, he never expected to be so unlucky. More than 100 figures had besieged the demonic ape, but the first target he chose was him, with a drastic change in expression. The 7th stage desolate supremacy immediately let out a ruthless roar. Without any hesitation, he turned tail and ran. But, unfortunately, it was still too late. Pong! There was no suspense in the next scene. Everything happened too quickly. As the figure approached, the body of flesh and blood attacked, swinging the big-headed black cudgel high above his head. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. The beast was only a 7th stage desolate supremacy. Against the terrifying power of a 7th stage late-stage heavenly Tao realm, he was an entire realm away. There was no way he could withstand it. Don't! If he said that he no longer had any fighting spirit, he would turn tail and flee. Even in a head-on battle, he would not be able to last more than one round, caught off guard. The 7th stage desolate supremacy did not even have the time to react. All it did was open its mouth slightly. Before the heaven-shattering roar was over, a majestic power rushed into its body. In a blink of an eye, the terrifying power had already wreaked havoc in its body. With a bang, the 7th stage desolate supremacy's body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Phew! Phew! Without any hesitation, the body of black fog waved its hand. A gust of wind whistled, and an incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the huge body and sucking it into the body. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a few seconds. In less than 2 breaths, a 7th stage desolate supremacy astral beast was gone. Such a powerful existence was killed in an instant. This was clearly the rhythm of one cudgel strike after another. It left the surrounding experts dumbfounded. For a moment, all of them fell into a daze. Come on. Why are you all dumbfounded? Didn't you want to kill this lord? Now that you are being killed, you don't even dare to resist? Roar! At this moment, the demonic ape's arrogant provocation sounded again. After a roar, it immediately charged to the right.